Recording in progress. Hey everyone, good morning to all of you and welcome back. And welcome to the third session of Star Media Group's MarCom Tech Live Virtual Conference. And whether you're tuning in via Zoom, Facebook, YouTube, or LinkedIn, thank you very much for joining us again. My name is Myra Baiti and I'm your host for this 2-day conference. We want to know, how are you? We hope that you and your loved ones are keeping well and safe, and we'd love to hear from you. So let us know how you're doing, where you're tuning in from, and what do you wish to take away from this 2-day conference. Please type in the chat box or in the comment section, whatever platform that you're on. Last year, our Digital X Data 2021 was a tremendous success, thanks to each and every one of you as well as our sponsors. This year, Digital X Data 2022, with the theme of thriving in the road to recovery through tech, is proud to be kickstarted with MarCom Tech. This conference will run on a journey across 4 different sessions, from discovering the future of Marcom to turning data to insights for campaign measurability, going beyond with integrated omni-channel strategy, and moving onwards with brand image and media. To make sure you gain the most out of the MarCom Tech Live Virtual Conference, we are very honored and humbled with the support of 23 subject matter gurus, thought leaders, industry experts, and organizational leaders across different industries who are powering this 2-day program. And if you want to learn more about the conference agenda and the speaker profiles, you may scan the QR code here on your screen, or you can go to bit.ly/MarComTech2022. And as a token of appreciation for those that have RSVP'd to attend the event, you will get a 1-night staycation. So stay tuned to our email after the event to find out more about that. And also, we are running a special prize draw worth over 26,000 ringgit at this event, with promo codes, exclusive consultations, and gadgets up for grabs. So stay with us until the end of the session to find out how you can stand a chance to win any of these amazing prizes as shown on the screen at each of the 4 sessions in the event. So we've already had 2 sessions yesterday, and we're going to have 2 today. But speaking of which, let's see who are the winners of yesterday's afternoon session. So the 5 winners of yesterday's afternoon session attendees prize draw for 100 ringgit travel promo codes are Nor Linyana, Ryan Lai, Sung Wee Hao, Nabila Amani binti Abdul Rahim, Shazwan Teo. Congratulations to you guys. And the winner of the Me 360 home security camera is Muhammad Rushdan bin Abdul Raza. And the winner of the Skull Candy wireless earbuds are Sri Andala Yu and Wong Mun Chin. So congratulations to all of you, and our events crew will be contacting you separately after the event for the arrangement of your gifts. Now, let's take a look at what we have lined up for you in this morning's session. We will kick things off with the integrated and omni-channel strategy keynote by Ipsos, followed by a presentation by our tech tutor sponsor, Ada, who will be sharing with us about utilizing the right technologies across multiple channels. And finally, we will wrap up this morning session with a panel discussion on omni-channel marketing greatness, moderated by our knowledge partner from Ipsos. The panel discussion is powered by our esteemed guests from Abbott Nutrition Malaysia, Aeon Group Malaysia, and our Tech Trooper sponsor, Kony and Trapper Group. OMG, OMG indeed. I hope you are as excited with the program lineup as I am. So if you are, please do shout out yay in the chat box or in the comment section. To learn more about the conference agenda and speaker profiles, you may scan the QR code here on your screen, or you can go to bit.ly/MarCom Tech 2022. And if you have any questions for our speakers, don't be shy. Please post it in the chat box or in the comment section. And if you have any questions for us, or if you need any assistance, please chat with our events crew, or you can email us at events@thestar.com.my. All right. Let's kick off the conference program with the integrated and omni-channel keynote. At this presentation, we will explore the changing world of commerce as we move beyond omni-channel retail to convergent commerce. Using examples from around Asia and the world, we will showcase how, at the same time as the number of touch points are increasing, digital and physical environments are converging. Our speaker, Jane Lattimore, has over 20 years of experience in market research, spanning both UK, Malaysia, and now the Asia Pacific region. Jane is the regional service line leader for market strategy and understanding of APAC at Ipsos. She leads Ipsos's market strategy and understanding business unit across Asia, helping clients answer strategic business questions across a wide range of topics, from understanding consumption and shopping behavior to developing brand strategies, all of which has been thoroughly fascinating through 2020 to 2022. So Jane will be on air real soon, so stay tuned.
Hi everyone, and thank you so much for inviting me to take part in this event today. I'm really excited to be here to talk about the latest omnichannel trends in Asia. I think it's not going to be any surprise to anybody that shopping behavior has changed so much in the last 2 years. But what's really important to realize is that this is just an acceleration of a progress that was already happening. So we're already seeing shifting dynamics in the shopping behavior. And today I really want to help look at what's happened, what's going to continue happening, and what we can expect to happen in the future. So if we go back a while and start thinking about where we used to have a sort of multi-channel approach to shopping. So we had binary silos, we had online or offline shopping. Very rarely did they cross over. And it was very much a consumer-initiated relationship. I wanted to buy something, I went out to buy it. And there was just transactions. There wasn't really a relationship between me and the retailer or between me and the brand that I was buying per se. I was just going out and buying it. And then gradually we moved into more omnichannel, where we saw much more interaction between online and offline channels. We saw people engaging with brands and retailers through different touch points, and we were expecting a far more frictionless experience. We wanted everything to be very, very easy and seamless across different channels. And it was all about me as a shopper. And what we're now seeing as we go further, as things are changing, is this convergent commerce. The number of channels that we can buy things from now or get information from now has absolutely exploded. And there's a huge convergence between buying online and offline, the different touch points you'll interact with or the different place that you'll purchase. And it's also becoming, again, more personal. We're looking at different experiences when it comes to discovery and inspiration of what we want to buy. Let's have a quick look at some data. So we at Ipsos asked our people around the world, I think this was in 16 countries around the world, whether or not they've bought anything online in the last 2 years. And of course, it's huge. 73% of people have bought something online. And you can see there the breakdown of the different ways that people are buying online. 73% of people have bought something online and had it delivered. And that's huge around the world. And if we look at people across Southeast Asia and we ask them whether or not they're buying more or less online, in November 2021, we saw that 50% of people across markets in Southeast Asia are claiming to buy more online now than they were 6 months previously in May. And given that this was towards the end of the pandemic, we're seeing that purchasing online continuing to increase, at least in a consumer and a shopper's mind. But digital channels are really proliferating and fragmenting. We at Ipsos have been talking about this sort of alphabet soup of shopping. You've got Q-commerce for quick commerce, you've got e-commerce, you've got m-commerce, you've got v-commerce for voice commerce, you've got AR, VR. There's so many different ways of interacting with shopping channels, retailers, and brands now. But when we look at where people are buying, what's really interesting for me is to see that, yes, of course, people are buying from online marketplaces or retailer websites, but it's those at the bottom of the list, the social commerce, the quick commerce, that are really growing, the smaller, newer channels that are coming through. And what we'll see as we look at some more data and some of the trends is this is particularly strong across Asia. But what really is important and critical for us to remember as marketers and brands and retailers is that as a shopper, I don't think in channels. I don't think about where I'm actually going to buy the product that I want to buy. As marketers, we used to think about journeys as quite linear. We had a living stage where people were interacting and using a brand or a product, and then they would realize they needed to buy something, so they would do some searching, develop some awareness around a brand. Then they might consider, where do I want to buy? What do I want to buy? Where's the best deal? Where's the biggest bargain, the promos, etc., before we actually go into the buying. And that was like the final opportunity for marketers to have an impact and make us change our mind with, point of sale materials or in-store promotions, etc. So we used to think of this as quite a linear journey. And we would be able to identify which touch points had the strongest pull or push at different phases throughout that process. But then we started to see these journeys change. And we kind of identify and bucket them into two. One is this really truncated journey. I'm scrolling through Instagram or I'm scrolling through Facebook and I go, oh, look, buy now, and click buy now and buy it straight away. So your purchase is so quick. You're doing no exploring. You're doing real impulse purchasing, in which case the journey becomes more about what happens afterwards. It becomes more about the delivery, the unboxing, the whole idea around having to return or use the product and so on. But then we also saw a much longer journey start to develop, where you might be using a product, you might have some issues or some problems, or you might love it, but you start to explore different options. You start to evaluate different options. You start to read feedback and reviews online from whatever website you're looking at, from brands, from influencers, all of these elements that then feed into what you eventually decide to buy. So we have that whole ecosystem at the beginning where we need to make sure that we are present and positive and give people a good impression so they will then choose to buy us. What we're seeing now with this proliferation of touch points and channels is this enormous ecosystems being built. Individual consumers and shoppers have developed these own ecosystems that they know who and where they're going to get to. And it's not linear. We don't do each touch point in a particular order. And it makes our lives so complicated. These ecosystems are global and they are 24/7. We're not just getting information from brands that sit in Malaysia or from websites that sit in Malaysia. We're influenced by people from the US, from Europe, from China. We are influenced from everyone, and we can be influenced 24/7. So we, as brands and marketers, really need to make sure that we are present everywhere where our shopper or consumer is 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And we need to make sure that their experience is truly optimal. A really good example across Southeast Asia of a nice ecosystem is Grab. When Grab first launched and we were all just using it for cars, and now you go onto the app and it's just scrolling like crazy because they do absolutely everything. You can now book holidays, you can book hotels, you can get insurance, you can pay for products, you can do gifting, you can do all sorts of things within the Grab app. And that's great for us because we've got a one-stop shop to do absolutely everything. If I've forgotten that one ingredient that I really need for dinner, I no longer have to go out, get in my car, drive to the supermarket, find somewhere to park, and then navigate to find that one product. I can instead do it all through Grab and have it delivered to me within a perfectly reasonable amount of time. And what Grab has also done is they're moving as well into the retail world and the physical world by being able to use Grab Pay and Grab Rewards whenever you buy anything from a different store. You are bought into the brand because you use it for so many different things that when you want to go to a store and you can pay using your Grab credits, and you get then more reward points thrown on top of it, it's a win-win on both sides. So this is a really good example of how a company has brought us all in from a simple premise and really tried to tie us and hold us into the brand. It's a really strong ecosystem. But we're seeing this in other ways as well. So I've got two examples here. The first one on the left is this whole idea of expansion of F&B in retail. So supermarkets and KL are doing this more and more often as well. Here on the left is an example of the big supermarket where while you're doing your weekly grocery shop and you're wandering around and your feet start to hurt or your child's getting cranky, you can stop, have a cup of tea, have some oysters at Shucked. You can stop and have a break. And it just creates this bigger environment and engagement with the brand. It becomes more of an experience and becomes much more important to your day. It's not just another chore. You can make it something that's quite enjoyable. On the other side, we have brands like Samsung. And Samsung have also created a massive retail commerce ecosystem. Samsung products you can buy online, you can buy in-store. But what's really good about Samsung, and not just Samsung, Apple, all of the other big Googles, Androids, they all do the same sort of thing, is that they're all linked together through this whole idea of the Internet of Things, right? So if I own a Samsung phone, it's going to be much easier for me to then continue to buy all of the Samsung Android products so that they link together easily, and I can get my wonderful smart fridge to tell me when I need more milk, and I can go out and get Grab to deliver it for me without having to actually do anything apart from pick up my phone. So this is all about making my life and my world really, really as convenient as possible. And convergent commerce, this proliferation of touch points, this proliferation of channels and ways in which we can shop, we're seeing it really converge. So once we're in a store now, we can do a lot of research actually at the shelf. We can get our phones out, which we always have on us. We can get our phones out, scan QR codes to get information. There's a QR code for this event, for example, which you can easily just access additional information. So there's all of this extra shopping that we can do. And depending on what you're shopping for, you can also be in store looking at a product, pick up your phone, go to Lazada, see if you can get a better price deal somewhere else, see if there's a different brand, look at reviews. All of these things show you how that world of commerce is coming together in one whole space. And then we have obviously the emergence of tech. And I think this is still a little bit in its infancy, this whole idea of multiple realities, and the engagement of virtual reality or augmented reality. We've seen a lot of beauty brands take up the augmented reality world, where you can be in a hairdresser, I think it was in Korea or Japan, you can be in a hairdresser and you can just press buttons on a screen and see in the mirror what different hairstyles, different hair colors would look like. We see that with certain makeup brands where you can try makeup on before you buy, even before you test it. Again, particularly important throughout the pandemic when nobody was really wanting to test and sample products. So really lend in to the tech and the new tech that enables us to do it. And then, of course, you've got your quick commerce. I've already harped on about Grab and how wonderful they are, but this whole idea that you can do all of this from the comfort of your home. But this huge increase in the number of touch points has a really big impact on us as marketers and brand managers and retailers. We now have so many different ways to reach and communicate with our shoppers, our potential consumers, and a whole lot of it is now completely out of our control. And that's scary. Right? That's really quite scary. How do you manage what somebody is putting up on social media? How do you manage what somebody is saying online about you? If people are looking at ratings and reviews, how do you control those annoying people who put 1-star review because of something that was completely out of your control? So all of these things are having a huge problem on us and how we manage that, how we pick and choose what we can control and what we can manage. It's a real brain ache, I'm sure, for all of the marketing and brand teams out there. And talking about social commerce, this is what is just referring to this idea that it's out of your control. I love the example in the middle, which is an ocean spray example from TikTok. Some guy, I'm going to tell you the story in case you haven't heard it. Some guy, he breaks down on the side of his road and he gets his skateboard out and he's skating down the road to a song, drinking ocean spray, recording himself on TikTok. The impact that that really short TikTok had on ocean spray, as well as the song, who's currently slipped my mind, it just blew up. Sales blew up. Everything happened. It was a really positive effect for both the musicians as well as the ocean spray brand. And they had nothing to do with it. Completely spontaneous, organic development of their brand. That was a really positive story. But imagine if that was negative experience and somebody blew up a really negative experience with your brand or product. So again, completely out of your control. So we really need to be flexible in the way that we manage our brand, more so now than ever before. And there are so many examples of this. Another one that comes to mind from quite recently was when, I think it was Ronaldo during the World Cup, put the Coke to one side and focused instead on water. How does Coke respond to that? And suddenly they've got lots of panic meetings about the impact that this is going to have. Again, completely out of their control. Something that's really developing and taking off, especially across Asia, driven largely by China, but we'll go through the data in a second, it's really taking off across Asia, is this whole idea of live stream. Now, I'm an older person, and I remember QVCs of the world and the tele-shopping channels that you used to call in to buy things. And this is essentially just an evolution of that, right? You've got key opinion leaders, influencers, standing up on stage telling us why they should buy a product. And it's working. In China, it's expected to be about 20% share of retail business. And if we look at the data on the right, this is across Southeast Asia, you can see that awareness is really high, which is the blue bar, but actually people buying is really high. We're looking at 30 to 40% of people in most markets have bought something through a live stream shopping channel. And this is just going to keep getting better. It's a fun, engaging way for people to shop, again, from the comfort of their own home or from the store where they're having down their nazi lemak. And it's huge. These are the numbers coming out of China, and I'm sure they're not unknown to anyone on this call right now. The sales and the products that are being sold are enormous, and it's just going to keep getting bigger. Some other really interesting data that came out of our global trends study was all about trusting online recommendations. And I've highlighted this here, and I've not fixed this data. It's completely true. Trust in online recommendations from a well-known site and app is so high in Asian markets. You can see Philippines is absolutely top. Then we have India, Indonesia, and China. So it's a huge responsibility for marketers to make sure that they're getting positive recommendations online from trusted sources, because that's really going to help people feel confident in buying from you. I've quickly touched already on the role that augmented and virtual reality has played. The last one I really want to talk about is way off in the future, but probably not that far, not that way off, is the role of the metaverse and meta commerce that's likely to come with it. We're already seeing talk of NFTs, Nike having NFTs, Instagram is talking about incorporating NFTs into their platforms. Meta, Facebook are already talking about this whole metaverse reality, and we see it already within the gaming world. This is just going to keep blowing up and keep getting bigger, and it's something we need to bear in mind, because in all worlds, this world moves faster than we're always playing catch up. But something that's really personal to me and really critical to me when I think about this and buying online in particular over the last 2 years is this whole idea of avoiding Pandora's box. A lot of the journey has now shifted to after receiving a product or after buying online, and it's having a huge impact on how we feel as shoppers, but also what role brands can play. So if you think about it, you've chosen the product that you want to buy, and now you need to go and pay for it. How many times have I tried to pay for something online and the system has failed, or the tech hasn't worked, or my MSOS code hasn't come through in time? All of these things can have a huge impact on whether or not I'm going to actually end up buying the product. Packaging is the bane of my life. The number of times I receive non-breakable, non-fragile products that are wrapped in bubble wrap, which is then wrapped in plastic and then put in a plastic bag for shipping. There is so much plastic waste that has happened as a result of e-commerce proliferation and growth. And it's a real challenge for brands, because a lot of the time, if these are being bought through third parties and the brand themselves want to have a sustainable message, how can we manage what is coming out of the actual store, of the actual channel or platform, to make sure that it reflects our sustainable point of view? I saw actually yesterday, L'Oreal have just announced that across Southeast Asia, they're working with Lazada and Shopee to really build that whole idea around sustainable packaging when you buy their brands from these sites. So hopefully we're moving in the right direction with that. But then finally, there's the expectation, right? The whole unboxing experience has become, through e-commerce, the shopping experience. It's the first time we really get to engage with the product, to play with the product, to see it and try it, which is great if everything goes well. But what happens if you've actually bought the wrong product, or it arrives and it's broken, or it doesn't work, or it's really difficult to install? How easy is the returns process? How easy is it to get things back to where you bought them from in the first place? So all of these things can have an impact on how I, as a shopper and a consumer, feel about the product that I've bought. And it can have an impact on the brand, even though, once again, it's potentially completely out of your control. So very quickly at the end here, I want to talk about physical retail. Malaysia is known to have a few malls. There's quite a few in KL. And it's actually been really sad over the last couple of years to see the number of shops that have closed and the number of malls that have been vacant. I work at Mid Valley, and it was really interesting to pop into the office during the middle of the pandemic and just see this empty, barren mess. There was just nothing there. It was really sad. But physical retail isn't going anywhere. So this is for grocery, and I've stolen it from IGD, who have done some trend prediction of where we'll be with grocery channel. It's not completely possible to say that this will apply to all channels or all categories, but what we'll notice straight away is that yes, online is going to grow, but so is physical retail. It's not going anywhere. So we have to keep thinking about what we're going to do with the actual store. And in some other research that we've done, we also found that 97% of people who've shopped online have also said that they're shopping in store. So again, physical retail is not going anywhere at all. But the challenge is, what do we do to keep it engaging? Because you have to actually physically get out of your seat, into your car, and drive somewhere to do a physical experience shopping. And as much as I'm happy to see the pandemic over, it's really quite stressful going back to Mid-Valley now because it's super busy, lots and lots of people. So the idea is to make that shopping experience more engaging to the shopper. We have to look at how we can use technology. There's a lot of examples, not necessarily from our part of the world, but with Walmarts and Amazons opening stores where you can just walk in and out and it's your mobile phone that does the payment. There's some good examples coming out of China, Korea, Japan on this as well. We can look at using a physical store for marketing, for those products that we want to touch and feel before we buy them. We can use them for a human experience. I'm sorry, but nothing will beat a human conversation. Not even a live chatbot can beat a human conversation. And we want them to be experiences. We've seen brands like Nike launch huge installations just to get people to come in and really get a feel for the brand essence. But then also attached to this is the functional and logistics part of shopping. So we need to be able to pick up and buy a product, but actually now carrying it to your car. Well, why would I do that? I can get someone to deliver it for me because that's what we've been used to for the last few years. So we need to start as retail side of things, thinking about how we overcome those barriers and getting a rug that I bought, for example, in Mid-Valley and then had to carry myself to my car. That was definitely a strange experience. The store wasn't prepared to help me overcome that. That could have put me off buying it. But the other side of retail is that we're also seeing a lot of online players moving to retail stores. Here we just have some basic headlines. But a few years ago, before the pandemic, I actually listened to Christy Young talk about how she was moving her online shoe store into physical stores. And so we're already seeing this move that people want to have something more tangible to interact with. So what's next? What do we actually do about all of this? The key critical thing for me across all of this information that I've presented and shared is that we need to remember that shoppers are not bits of data. We are not numbers in a system. Everyone at the moment has lots and lots of big data available to us. We know what products people are buying. But what we don't have is necessarily the human side of things. We don't know why they're doing particular things. That data can't tell us that. So we just need to remember that our shoppers, our users, our consumers are people at the end of the day. So we need to think about building our commerce ecosystems around those consumer needs, journeys, and aspirations. We need to keep thinking about them and what they want to do and what they need. We can also look at co-creating with consumers to really create optimal brand experiences and channel activations. So we know what they want and we're working with them so that we've got that partnership, and it helps us to really understand the ecosystems that they are coming up with. And we need to humanize the actual experience. We can't just keep throwing ads out and just irrelevant things. Lazada notifications I get on my phone can really frustrate me because they're not relevant to what I actually want. So we need to make sure to humanize that whole experience, keep it personal, keep it engaged, and think about that lovely person sitting on their couch, deciding what it is that they want to buy. It's not going to be an easy future. It's going to be challenging and it's going to change really, really quickly. But if we keep thinking about the people, then we will have success at the end of it. So thank you very much, everybody. Thank you for inviting me to be a part of this.
That was an amazing session. Thank you so much again, Jane, for sharing your insights with us. It was very understandable. It was very concise. I thought that omni-channel marketing was going to be very complicated, but I think the way that it was broken down was amazing. And we're so happy to have had you. Okay, so at our next session, we'll be talking about utilizing the right technology across multiple channels. We have Yi Cheng Ya from Ada, who is dialing in live from Singapore. And having spent almost 8 years previously in the DD Group Singapore, YC leads Ada's Martech consultancy teams. Ada's Martech consultancy teams, helping clients reach business potential and ambition through data consultancy by optimizing conversion funnel to grow customer lifetime value and maximizing returns on brands' Martech investment. Since January 2021, YC is also an adjunct lecturer at the Nanyang Technology University of Singapore in digital marketing transformation. YC is currently the regional head of consulting marketing technology at Ada, and we are absolutely very honored to have Ada as the tech tutor sponsor of the MarCom Tech Conference. And if you have any questions for YC, please do post it in the chat box or in the comment section. Please don't be shy. We are very, very happy to address your questions. And we will be addressing them with Yi Cheng at the end of his presentation. So YC will be live shortly, so stay tuned and perk up. Bye.
Hi everyone. Yep, welcome to this session. We're talking about utilizing the right technology across multiple channels. My name is YC and I'm from ADA Asia. I'm the head of consulting of the marketing technology practice. I'm going to start next to go into what ADA does actually. ADA is the largest outcome-based data and AI company in the region. We are across 10 countries, so about 1,000 of us. We deliver everything from marketing solutions to Martech to actually data. Some of the clients that we work for across the region, I mean, you see everything from financial services all the way to retail to even NGOs. In short, what do? We actually do everything from customer analytics to digital marketing to marketing technology to customer engagement and e-commerce enablement. Yesterday, my colleague Chin Chin has talked about how to use data to actually drive a very good experience. And today I'm going to talk about how do you activate those data and bring them to life using marketing technology. Now, to many of the consumer, there is no multiple channels. There is actually just a seamless experience. They only see you as one brand and one experience. And how do we actually achieve that with technology? How do we know which technology to choose, to utilize, to be able to deliver the experience for the customer? I always think that it's almost looking for the lifetime partner of your life. I mean, it's finding the right one. How do you find the right one, the right technology for your entire marketing endeavor? How do you actually find the right one to be able to deliver the seamless experience? So in this session, I'm going to share a little bit more on the tips and tricks and how to decomposite all the different Martech terms out there and be able to then choose the right one. I have a rule of thumb. There are three things that we look out for. The first one is the right experience. How do you deliver that right experience to your customer? Number two, what's the right fit for you? And the third part is your CFO will be asking you anytime you invest in any technology, what is the right ROI that you want to get out from it? So let's move on to see the first one. So what is actually the right experience that you need to deliver? There are two parties that actually you need to consider. A lot of time, we're very, very focused on the customer itself, which is not wrong because we need to be customer centric. But buying a technology and delivering the right experience rely heavily on your internal users. So when you buy that technology product, please consult the people who are going to use it. Many time in my consulting life, a lot of time, the technology was bought through consensus of the IT department, but not of the marketing team. And in the end, it was very difficult to use, and therefore it became a very difficult task for them to produce the right experience for the customer. So balance both the customer and also the internal users. So take for example, that was about 2 weeks ago. I was having dinner with my family, and then my wife say, "Hey, you take care of the kids. They haven't finished their food. I'm going to go shopping." I was like, "Oh dear, oh no, she's going to go shopping again." So I was like, "Okay, sure, no problem." So after dinner, I brought the two kids, and then I went to look for her. And I found her without a shopping bag. I was like, "Wow, you didn't buy anything today?" No. She said, "I bought my pair of shoes." I said, "Where's the pair of shoes?" Well, she said, "I went to this branch and then they say they do not actually have my size." What they did was they called another branch and the other branch say, "Hey, we actually have the size." In fact, without even calling up the other branch, what the branch did was they just checked the availability and say, "Okay, there's this stock available." And what they did was they actually key in, put in my address, and you know what? I'm going to have the shoe delivered to me tomorrow. I was like, wow, that's really a good experience. Number one, you don't need to bring your shoes around and you can go and buy more things. Two, actually, it's totally seamless. And I talked daily about it and say, behind this very nice experience is actually a network of technology that allows this. For example, number one, a POS system that allows you to check inventory across different branches. Two, to be able to set in the customer information like an e-commerce portal to be able to immediately buy and book that stock from the other branch and to be able to have it delivered to the customer the next day, which means a logistic company, instead of picking up from the warehouse, have to go to branch B to collect the shoes and then send it to the customer. So it's like, wow, that's really good. So good customer experience is really the start where you should look into a technology. And let me give you an example. In this slide that you're going to see, you're going to see a customer journey map. And this is something that we do for most of our customers. What we do is that we actually start off with the life stage, the types of interaction points and touch points, including sales agent. Like, I mean, this case is for insurance. Your insurance agent is a very, very important, part of the entire user journey. So whether it is a B2B2C, so you go through your agent, or you do B2C, you advertise to the customer itself and get them to talk to your agent, that's B2C2B. There's many things that's involved. And then you have to take note of the communications channels that is there. What you do next is to look into the data points. What kind of data points do you actually collect? And that is when you need to then formalize what kind of technology you need to look into. Of course, this whole process seems to be quite simple, but that's really interesting as a starting point for you to define the right technology for your customer. The next part would be, what would be the ideal operation experience? And that is really looking through how do you actually look into what are the use or the needs of your internal user. For example, in this case, on the left side, you have the digital team who actually say they have been dealing with this technology. They really don't like the interface. They can't actually get things done. What you do is to tell them that, hey, can you just write me 2 statements? What I want to do so that I can do something. So for example, I like to share the latest propensity to buy from data science so that I can send it to the agency so that they can improve the conversion rate of the customer with tailored messaging. Now, with this very clear use case, you can then set off to look for the right technology for it. The second part is, if you're a sales agent, whether you're a property agent, whether you are an insurance agent, they actually like to know what my prospect has been browsing on the main website. So for example, if they're browsing for a certain property, a certain type of insurance, if that information flow real time to the agent should be able to WhatsApp or find another more personalized way to actually tailor the sales pitch and also to communicate to the customer. So balancing both customer and also your internal stakeholders is very, very important. Now, let's talk about the next part, which is actually the bulk of this presentation, the right fit. The right fit has always been the toughest question. Anytime you look into embarking into getting a new technology in to improve any of your experience across multiple channels, it's always a tough one. There's a few things to look out for. 1, you look at what existing technology you have. 2, you need to look at what kind of customer maturity or experience that they desire. 3, you need to look into the capabilities within your own team. Now, how do we actually do it? There's almost a method to the madness. Let me start with it. So first, if you look into the market, there's actually 9,932 products for you to choose from. And it's getting more across the year. I mean, it's really not easy. And then they are actually quite confusing if you just start out afresh today. Now, if I'm to map all of them together, they are actually more like a Venn diagram with so much overlap. So in the market, you have things like CRM, you have analytics, you have a CDP, customer data platform, you have new platforms that call themselves customer engagement platform, you have chat, you have attribution, you have MMP, which could mean mobile measurement platform. It could also be mobile messaging platform. So with so many tools in the market, how do you decomposite this Venn diagram and choose the right one for yourself? So that brings me to the next slide. By looking at the jobs to be done as a marketer, how do we actually decomposite all this technology to become just features, just jobs to be done features, and then from there, we can actually then choose what is actually the right way to choose the platform. Let me give you an example. So, for example, your first job as any marketer or any business owner is to get your channels and your touch point correctly. So for example, the first level is your communication channel, where you send out messages or reach out, whether it's paid media, SMS, all the way to email. The second thing that you need to do is to look into all the other touch points, your physical touch points like your store, your marketplaces, your customer services, your e-store, your mobile app, and actually your agent itself, which is then themselves a touch point. The next part that you should look out for is, from these touch points and communication channel, how do you capture the right data? From everything from visual analytics, like understanding how people are browsing your website, to the standard web analytics, mobile analytics, and even down to how do you actually update the information from the customer by the agents and be able to lead score them who's a hot prospect versus another person. Which brings me to the next point actually. So how do you actually manage all of those with your internal workflow, your digital assets, your inventory synchronization, like in the case of the shoe, buying the shoe, and managing content on your website, And even sometimes managing content would mean that you have to manage both the website, maybe a display board in the shopping mall, and at other places. So that's the right workflow that is really needed. Now, let's take a look at the next part. How do you actually make the right decision and orchestrate right? How do you do the right business intelligence, the segmentation, single customer view? I'll go into very good details later on, so just wait for it. The next part is how do you convert better, engage better through personalization, content recommendation, or conversion engagement? And the last part on everyone's mind, as of course, as a data company, is to be able to do the graphing properly, to be able to do machine learning, to share the data to other BUs and data enrichment. Now, with all this, take out all the parts of any platform and put it in. How do we actually then now look into how do we choose the platform? Let's decomposite some of the very popular ones in the market. So let's start easy. Yep. So the first one will be MailChimp. I think most of us would know MailChimp because MailChimp is an email sending platform that's been around, that's quite reliable. It's not the most fancy tool. It doesn't have the most feature. But if you look into the box that is actually highlighted in actually dark green on the top right corner, it's actually started as an email platform. The dark green connotes that this is a core origin feature. Now, out of the box, the items that is in light green would say that what are the out of the box features? So you have email that have events tracking. It can do basic segmentation. It can orchestrate some level of workflow. So, for example, send this email followed by this email within 2 days, and then followed by a third email. Now, beyond that, if you want to send SMS or send a segment to paid media, that's also possible. If you want to run the survey, you can connect MailChimp to SurveyMonkey through an out-of-the-box connector. So the yellow portion is really plugins and extension that you could do with this same platform. So why is this important? This is important because the less platform you deal with to a certain level, it's actually very useful for operation. It cuts down a lot of time logging in, setting up stuff, and then trying to transfer data between platforms. So this is a simple use case. Let's take a look at the other popular item in the market. That's Google Analytics. Google Analytics is basically web analytics. And in fact, they have just upgraded to Google Analytics 4. Oh, just a public announcement. If you actually have not transited or added a new property to Google Analytics 4, Universal Analytics, the current version, is going to sunset in June 2023. You might want to start doing that and then capture data for 1 year, which will make the transition quite well. If you need help, ADA can help. Now, even in this latest version of Google Analytics, from a web analytics, they are now moving to also include mobile analytics. They have made everything actually as an events tracking. So with that, you can actually do a lot more with that. You can even pass the data to a data warehouse called BigQuery under Google, which is a big little cylinder at the bottom. And then you can actually apply machine learning through actually Google Stack. Now, on the top left-hand corner, you can, of course, send it to the Google paid media and everything else. So that's Google Analytics, decompose it for you. Let's take a look at the next one. So Branch is actually a mobile measurement platform. Its sole purpose is to actually attribute. So we are looking at a very niche solution for people like, for example, they are app owners or the app is their first line of business. So for example, they are e-wallet, they are a company that is like ride-hailing like Grab or Gojek. So this is very important where as you start to differentiate all of them, you know what are the key features and what are the ones that are not. So same, but different. We are technically looking at a lot of technology in the market that is actually same, but different. Let's go into the next one and let's take a look a little bit more on how we decompose it. So if you look into a platform like HubSpot, it originated as an account-based management or rather a CRM system that's similar to Salesforce. It allows sales agent to actually communicate with customer using emails and everything else. But nowadays, if you look into the platform, it can actually allow you to do segmentation. It has a very nice single customer view that allows you to actually push out information to paid media. Now, looking at that, they can also now connect to everything from SMS to Line and WhatsApp through actually connection. Now, this changes the game altogether because as you level up your team maturity, you also look into a platform that's better. Let's take a look at the next one. So on the other end, for a platform like CleverTap, they are very, very focused on app retention and engagement. And that is where a platform like CleverTap actually focuses on a lot more push notification. Can they send email? Yes, natively they could. Can they connect to WhatsApp and Line? Yes, they could as an extension. Now, as you look through different platforms that are same but different, your core business actually is a very important part in choosing the technology. Can I use CleverTap for insurance agent? Possible, but maybe might not have the full potential. But you can actually work around with all the different potential components of a marketing technology to actually bring it forward. The next part is a CDP, like customer data platform that's like treasure data. you can see that a lot of the technology resides on the bottom part, which is heavy lifting in terms of tracking, in terms of building the single customer view, orchestration, and machine learning. On top, where all the channels are, those are actually through extension and plugin. So you technically can get a treasure data plugged into actually a MailChimp. Now, let's take a look at what's important now. So many technology, how are you able to choose, especially when the amount is actually can be very cheap as a subscription model from a monthly basis all the way to maybe a couple of $100,000 for you to invest. The most important question to ask next is, how does it work? How does it work? Does it work well for my people? So if I'm to bring you to the next slide, I'm going to focus on 4 of the key areas. Business intelligence for you to make data decisioning better. 2, segmentation, how do you segment well? 3rd, what's a single customer view going to look like? Because that's really the holy grail of what a lot of marketers want. The last part is orchestration and automation. Let's take a look at business intelligence. Now, here I have 4 dashboards. So the first left side dashboard is actually by HubSpot. They are very focused on lead generation and actually creating leads. Actually, based on how you interact with the website, I can score you to be a more prospective lead for B2B, or I can make you a least prospective lead because you're not reading a certain type of article. But you're reading certain type of content actually and score you and resegment you. Now with this dashboard, I can actually apply not only from B2B, but I also can apply it from B2C. Now the next part on the right, top right hand corner here, you have Clever Tab, which is actually focused very much on the funnel. So you could be creating custom funnel out of the box with analytics that is built into Clever Tab. So as you walk through each platform, you think about what is out of the box platform or dashboard that I can use immediately for my team and how customizable it is. Because you want to spend more time not customizing and fixing the platform, but spending time doing the real work and doing the data decisioning and impacting the top line of the business. Now, the bottom left here, you also have cohort analysis. And on the right side, a platform like Digital CRM, they actually allow you to plug into Magento and Shopify, and they have retail dashboard, which is very important for you when it comes to actually looking into e-commerce data. So out of the box, even in the business intelligence level, all of them has actually different features, and that's one of consideration point. The next slide is a single customer view. There are 2 types generally. Account-based type, which is actually something like HubSpot, where an agent at the end level can actually do the changes and update the information that they have interacted with the customer. Property agent, insurance agent, even customer service can use this very well. On the right side is where you look into segmented marketing approach, which is a lot more into products like Clever Tab, which allows you to actually do that view to just check through to understand the profile. You can't really edit it because it's actually not meant to be edited. So there are 2 types of single customer view. It depends on your business. The next part is segmentation. I would say that there are 3 types of segmentation to look at. The first type is actually a rule-based segmentation, which is actually if you put people who like this, who did this and did not do this, create a segment for them. That's very business rule driven. The second one would be on the top right corner, like Google Analytics 4 provides. Basically, you put in all your data, they actually start to predict who are the likely 7 days purchasers, who are the likely 7 days churner that is going to happen. So that's something that's done in Google Analytics 4. On the bottom right is the famous RFM analysis that a lot of marketer uses. I remember 10 years ago, I used to do this where you have to do through the Excel sheet or you have to do statistics or to run through a SAS system to be able to understand what the RFM segment. Nowadays, it's visually in front of you. There are 9 segments. You right-click onto, let's say, champions or right-click onto hibernating. Use that segment and then immediately activate a campaign, which is very useful and easy. Whatever we used to do maybe in 2 weeks is now compressed into 2 minutes. So those are important features when you look out, when you choose a technology. How do you utilize it further? You actually look into number 1, workflow. There are different types of workflow or journey orchestration. So you have anything from the left side, you have a workflow that is from HubSpot, in the center from Clever Tab, where you drag and drop, and then you can actually determine what's the trigger, what's the event where you start to shift the customer out of the segment. And then the last one would be maybe, this is the one from Digital. They also have a journey planner. So make sure that you have a journey planner that actually meet your need, and the journey planner actually have the endpoint that triggers to the channel that you want. So this is going to be quite important, right? So what's the right fit and actually the right mix? So we take a look at the next part. So imagine that you are a food delivery company and you are actually basically key engagement. Everything is actually on the app itself. So how do you actually centralize operation to one platform? So a possible solution would be maybe using Clever Tab as actually the core engagement platform. We actually be able to touch all the areas. So imagine the core platform that we're using should be able to cover all the areas in green. The second part is that if I'm to make sure that I want to have the mobile measurement done properly, I'm able to deep link from an ad all the way to a feature within the app itself, and to prevent ad fraud, that is branch, that you have a mobile measurement platform. The next part is that I could technically take all the data, feed it into a very safe storage, which is actually Google BigQuery, and then that is where I can pass the data to another unit to use. Or I can use even a very advanced platform like Data Robot to be able to drive that capability in terms of data science. So the entire ecosystem could be this. Of course, this is not exhaustive. You can use a lot more platforms to put it together. Now, the second part will be, if you're a property group, you could actually even choose to have two marketing automation or CRM platform. You could have HubSpot, mainly for your agents to be able to deliver the experience, to keep track and update the information. You can have CleverTap to be able to power the residents app. For example, if they want to book a barbecue pit, they want to actually do something else with the facility to report a fraud, that could be something we're using a CleverTap for push notification. Now, with data coming in from multiple areas, you might want to consider a customer data platform that allows you to do integration of all your data together. So that also allows you to share data from whatever interaction you have with other business units, maybe like finance or even corporate, for example, corporate leasing. And you could do some level of machine learning with it. Now, internally, some people have a preference. I say, well, I do not want to use some of the dashboard that's already available. I like to use it on Power BI, for example. And it could be done on Power BI, so that could be all exported. But the last one will be a D2C commerce kind of client, whether you're Shopify or Magento. You can do something like Digital. You could use, most importantly, something like an order management system like Deep Links to actually join all your inventory together, like a POS to a marketplace. And you could be using Google Analytics or Google Analytics 4, and then you could use Entavo as a plugin loyalty program. So all in all, how do we actually look into how we evolve it? There are actually stages of maturity. So I think within ADA, we use that as a benchmark. And then when we consult with clients, actually we told them and we benchmark where they are at. What's their roadmap looking like? Do they want to do it as a trial and a pilot where they actually increase their cost as their sales grow? Or they are willing to invest something big upfront and then go for a longer run? So there are things that we do in terms of maturity curve. Yep. How do you utilize the technology better? There are three areas that we look into it: utilization and usability, compatibility and connectivity, and capacity and capability. Let me take a quick look into it. This is one of my favorite charts. A lot of time, what you see in the market is on the right side. A lot of clients invested in heavy-duty marketing technology that is actually not used to its full potential. You go in and check the features. We check the team. Some of the features are actually outdated. Some of the legacy system does not allow them to upgrade according to time. So there was this client that we saved 180,000 for just by auditing their site and telling them that, hey, you need to just remove this and you can take the money and use it somewhere else. On the left side, you see a client that actually have maximized the feature, something like a MailChimp. I went to a client that actually used all the features of MailChimp. Their users are really savvy. They didn't need more training. They needed a better product. So we upgraded them from MailChimp to HubSpot. So the second part is compatibility and connectivity. Based on your current stack, whatever technology you're bringing in, on the left side, if out of the box they have a plugin and connector, that'll be the best. If not, are there able technology in the market that enable you to actually connect it better? So like Zapier, MuleSoft, and everything else. So these are good technology, and it have come to a maturity where we can actually connect well. Next part will be in-house versus outsource, and it's really whether it is, do you have the right talent down to the support model from the agency or partner? So what's the upkeep and how do we get the partner to level up to our maturity and knowledge? So that is very interesting. Those are consideration points because sometimes it's a one-off. Sometimes you really can't find talent. It might be better off to outsource within 3 months to 6 months and then bring that capability in-house again when you find the talent. What's the ROI? Is really the interesting part. I think at the tip of the iceberg, you look at revenue and the long-term saving. But the total cost of ownership sometimes really goes down to being locked into a partner, the time cost in manual process, coordination time with bad support, and even maintenance costs. And I could just illustrate with you for a chart like this. I have a client who's on the marketing cloud. They are integrated with an ERP that is actually tightly locked in by the vendor, and a lot of the processes are actually through Excel. How do we actually do this entire process? If we automate it well, we could actually save them a lot of money and prevent locked in and then being at the mercy of a vendor. So that's something that if you do it right, you're able to utilize the full potential and you're able to provide good ROI. So just a recap, have the right experience, the right fit, and the right ROI. And I hope that you find the right one. And if you really need to discuss a little bit more about this, we are happy to have a complimentary consultation session. You can QR code the link and then we can talk more. Yep. We're open now for questions.
All right, thank you very much, YC, for that fruitful sharing session. Just a reminder to anyone in the audience, if you have any questions for YC, please do post it in the chat box or in the comment section. We'll try and answer as many questions as we can. But YC, we do have a few questions for you, if you're ready.
All right.
All right.
I'm ready. It's so strange to have such a big head on the screen. Yeah. All right.
The more to focus on, it's okay. All right. Okay. So our first question is from Robbie. So Robbie asks, with marketing technology evolving so fast, what kind of contract length should we look at? 1 year, 2 years, 5 years? It's an interesting question. What do you think, YC?
Yep, I think that's a super valid question. I think looking at it, I mean, the technology is evolving at a speed of I think good changes within 12 to 18 months. So if you have the ability to do a 1 year contract or even a 1+1, it will be really, really good for you because you're looking to anticipate the next round of technology. But of course, sometimes they have a sort of preferential rate when you have a 30% off when you sign up for a second year. Then that's down to the assessment on how you look at the trajectory of this company. There are also other partners or technology platform that allow you to have a 3-month subscription or POC before you go on to sign a 1 year or 2 year contract. So that could be an option on the table. So go for 1 to 2 years. I think that would be a very good one and observe the market. That's what I would say.
All right, thank you for that. That's actually very helpful. I think sometimes you want to subscribe, but you don't know exactly how long and where.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for that, YC. We've got another question from Tasha. All right, so Tasha asks, what is the toughest part about implementing new market technology in an organization? Oh,
wow. Okay, so this is really a tough one. Actually, it's happening all around. So I'll break it down in a few ways. Number one, is actually processes. A lot of time, people like to fall back to old processes, and they do not want to try new things. So there's a lot of seeding, a lot of change management involved, where we actually talk to the user, we showcase it, and get them to try it. So once they get used to it and say, hey, actually this is good, and within the team, you also look out for change catalysts, like people who actually will evangelize this new platform for you. So I think those are a slow change that will bring in. I think the second part that is toughest would be actually getting budget. I think that's something on everyone's mind. I think being able to bring it to your CFO and CEO, I think that's where we look into the ROI, the business case, what kind of time it can save for you, or even what things the competitors are using. So a lot of time, manual processes, you can save 40% of the time of 3 team members, they could actually be doing something that will drive more revenue for the company. And that is really justified for why you should get a new platform. So those are 2 of the areas that I will look out for. Do not chase technology because it's a shiny object, but find the right one, as what I've shared across in this webinar itself. Yep.
Well, sometimes you get so excited over new pieces of technology.
I can't really hear you well. Yeah, but yeah, sorry if you could just repeat that. Yeah, so sorry.
You would grab onto it, but then you don't think about how it complements our goals and our organization. So that was important information. Thank you so much for sharing that with us. Can you hear me?
No, I'm sorry. So sorry about it. I should be there live with you. I'm so sorry about that, but I have to call in today. Yeah.
No, it's okay. It's okay. Singapore is a ways away, but I'm glad that you're here on our screen talking to us. So thank you so much. We don't have any more time for any more questions, unfortunately. So perhaps maybe after the event, we have a few more questions. Would you be open to answering them?
Yes, definitely. All right. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And to those that have been inspired with this passionate sharing session, don't go anywhere as we will be right back.
One, two, three.
Testing. 1, 2, 3.
One, two, three.
1, 2, 3.
All right. Hi, guys. In the next session, we have a group of panelists with us to wrap up the morning discussion with an omni-channel marketing greatness. This session will be moderated by Jane Lattimore from Ipsos. In case you missed the introduction earlier, Jane is the Regional Service Line Leader for Market Strategy and Understanding of APAC at Ipsos. Our first guest of the panel is Lee Lim Meng, who is the Marketing Director of Abbott Nutrition Malaysia. She is the marketing professional with more than 18 years of experience in local and regional markets and a demonstrated record in planning and implementation of integrated plans that turned around businesses in different categories. Lim Meng has managed across marketing functions of insight, brand, media, digital, CRM, and e-commerce. Our second guest is a multiple award-winning workaholic who is now the Group Chief Merchandise and Marketing Officer for Aeon. Ngai Yuen Lau is also a passionate activist who supported two causes. The 22-year-old Kaki Seni that champions the arts and its advocacy, as well as founding Women Girls in 2011, an NGO dedicated to remind women as role models to younger girls to achieve their potentials. Yuan also sits as an independent director contributing to two public listed companies, GDX and OCK. Our third guest of the panel is Derek Yap, who is the country manager of Kony. He has been in the travel industry for nearly 20 years. He started learning the trade and garnering exposure from a very young age by working in one of the leading travel agencies in Malaysia during semester breaks. He subsequently joined the travel industry as a full-time hotelier in a renowned local hotel where he quickly rose to the top of the sale charts. Derek is now heading his own corporate incentive team and has successfully handled special interest groups of 20 to large, conference groups of 2,000 over the last 10 years. Our fourth guest of the panel is currently the CEO of Trapper, one of Malaysia's leading integrated marketing media agencies. Su Ann Lim was previously the MD and co-founder of Clear KL and the Chief Data and Strategy Officer of Dentsu Aegis Network Malaysia. She has a total of 19 years experience in designing growth strategy for businesses and brand transformation. Su Ann has published thought-leading articles in Campaign Asia, WARC, and The Economist, and last spoke in Big It 2021 and Intel's Technovate Regional Conference. We are also very honored to have Kony on board as a Tech Trooper sponsor. This is definitely one great panel discussion that you cannot miss. So if you have any questions for the panel, please don't be shy and post it in the chat box or in the comment section. All right, let us quickly check up on our panelists and we'll be right back with you. Bye.
Thank you, everybody, and thank you for the great introduction. I feel like I'm in the presence of greatness, honestly. Some of your stories are amazing, and I'm really happy to have this conversation with you today. So thank you so much for joining us. We're here to talk about omnichannel marketing greatness. Woohoo! So we're going to talk about how we can make it a really good success, and we all know that it's been a very challenging 2 years. So I want to start with a question to everyone. One at a time, don't all speak at once, which will just be a chance to introduce yourself a little bit and to tell us how you have seen your business changed in the last couple of years as we've come through and out the other side, hopefully, of the pandemic. So we'll start with you.
Thank you. I'm director of marketing for one of the nutrition company in Malaysia. Well, it has been quite an exciting year especially for marketing in the last 2 years. As we all know, during the pandemic and after the pandemic, there is a lot of shift in terms of consumer behavior, whether if it's on the channel of where they shop or trends or consumptions of different media, which is what we will be talking about in omni-channels. There's definitely a lot of rise in terms of like technologies that actually drive a lot of convenience, shorter path to purchase, especially for the consumers during the time, especially when we are all stuck at home. And in Malaysia, the lockdown doesn't seem to have end. And because of that, there's definitely a lot of shift in terms of the way that we think, where consumer used to be and how they used to behave. A lot of test and learn, and therefore a lot of change in how we prioritize our investment in different channels.
Thank you. Excellent. Yuan?
Well, so much change. And I think it's continuously happening. We don't really know what's next now. We don't really know if people are totally back shopping where. We don't really know their preferences online when they purchase. So the 2 years that we've had that window for, we kind of did not have enough time, despite it being 2 years, to really make sure that we also study the other factors. Will they stay? Will they leave? Where will they do? What would they do next? So those were the stuff that I regretted not doing enough of, actually. We were just really at that point where we were doing the lockdown, we just also consume with, make sure we're there, wherever that is, wherever they are, we must be there. And then we stop thinking about when they're there, what else are we doing right? What are they asking for? What were they looking? How do we upgrade this? So we were not doing that enough. So on hindsight, I wish I've done a little bit more on that, actually.
Okay, interesting. Not many people have got many regrets from this last 2 years, I'm sure. Derek?
My name is Derek. Coney is a corporate travel booking tool. Well, when we talk about travel, obviously the last 2 years has been interesting. Impossible.
It has been impossible. You can't travel at all. But
okay. We just couldn't travel at all. So basically, you can say Coney was born pandemic baby. So basically, I guess in terms of the different channels that we have, in terms of all the different channels that we have, I think we look at travel now. Definitely, you look at the social commerce platform as being one of the key, marketing platforms that we have, and basically, Coney focuses on that.
Okay.
Basically from there.
Cool. Social commerce, it's the future, right? And along with live streaming, everything we're going through. And Sue-Ann?
Yeah, hi. I'm Sue-Ann from Trapper. I think the last 2 years, obviously, it's been very challenging because whatever that affects our clients, it affects the agencies as well. I think I joined Trapper in the middle of the pandemic as well in January 2021. And the first day I went to the office, like 2 weeks later, it was locked down. And I don't even remember like who's in my team and who's who. So we had to really be more agile. So I think the first thing that we did was to really maintain business continuity for clients, because their access to customers were obviously disrupted. So we have to think of ways to help the client to get back to the client's mindset. And the other thing is also, there are a lot of esteemed marketers here. So we know that we have to plan campaigns like way in advance, right? So there is also the question of booking. How do we, create agile plans for clients so that, one day it's MCO, next day it's not MCO. And we need to really follow the customer's path, right? So that's been really challenging. But I think the team, thank God, Trapper is quite a nimble and small team. So we were able to respond very well to that.
Excellent. And that's a really interesting segue. I'm going to come straight back to you with the next question. I talked earlier on about there being a proliferation right now of touch points so many different ways that brands can communicate with us, but also that we can buy and interact with brands. In your sort of role where you're looking at the media planning, how do you help brands, or how do you see brands sort of selecting, prioritizing touch points and channels where they need to focus?
Right. So my background is in strategy. So I like put the customer as the number one priority in planning. So I think like, you know, looking back at the customer and deriving the data to inform the touch points to me is like the most important thing. Of course, like there are existing platforms that we access to plan the journey for like whatever segments that we're trying to target, right? But sometimes these data platforms may not provide micro level sort of view, especially when it comes to digital. But what we want to do is to make sure that we're always looking at the customer's touch point, data from the customer's touch point. We're also looking at obviously the client's campaign intention. So not like all campaigns would use or view the touch points in the same way. So we recommend basically this integration of different touch points to our clients based on those data that we access. And it's based on the segments that we derive.
Okay, so it's not a simple, easy thing to do at all, right?
I mean, the thing is, we can, like, they're not, to be honest, like in Malaysia, there are not a lot of like media channels, right? So it will be TV, radio, out of home, digital, and all. But I think the difference is really understanding the experience have changed, and different segments access different touch points for different reasons. So I feel like the role of media is really important, and it has to be defined. Each of the channel, it has to be defined what is their role in that specific campaign. And then the other question is, how much do we invest in each one of them, right, to make sense of it? So I think we are, like, from Trapper's point of view, like or at least from myself, like I'm really big on integration. Yes, of course, during the pandemic, like digital was like one of the key channels. But TV also saw a huge growth, right, in viewership. Like it was the return of TV. Like, and I think like the important thing is I will always circle back, right, to the client's objective. What is it that they want to achieve? How would that define growth for them? And then we look at the various touch points that are relevant to the customer or the consumers, and design a plan based on that.
Sorry, just
was
to
gonna
add
come
on
to
a
you.
little bit. I mean, I think the medium has always been there. It's the intensity on how we use the different medium probably has changed, because the consumptions or the needs when they consume the media, or the time, the length of when they consume the media has changed. But definitely on content perspective has changed. And sometimes in the past, we sometimes look at, for example, TV is it's a rich medium. But today, you don't look at it as a rich medium. You start to innovate not on tools or platform, but you start innovating on how you use the media, and you might not use it very traditionally, because the length of time when you said that the TV came back. So it's not just like running sports, right? So you start doing a lot more engagement, content. There's a lot of also digitalizations on TV platform itself that allows a more two-way interaction. So I think that's what has excited a lot of, like, at least within ourselves, the accessibility to not just have a one-way conversations, but two-way conversations with our consumers.
Which is my complaint about television that has returned. So the as much as you drive engagement, and as much as you drive or you want it to be two ways, there are really a lot of limitation with still what you can do via a TV. You watch something, you want to buy that shirt. I like that shirt that she's wearing. How do you do it? You no, yeah, correct. So if there are like 5 of us, and then you have to put 5 scans, your QR over there, and then you. But it's not, because now we're sitting like this in a drama, for example. She moves really quickly. You don't even have time to showcase a baju to really talk about stuff. So the limitation is still. We've talked about this TV becoming a mode or a platform that can enable actions for a long time.
But
It
maybe-
hasn't happened. It
may-
still hasn't happened.
Maybe it's of enabling interest, but then because it's multi-channel, right? And that's the subject. Because when I watch TV, I might not necessarily be on one screen. So I might be on multiple screen. It can be pushed on mobile, which drive more interactions and engagement, or it triggers some form of interest. I know that I've not tried the QR code yet.
Very interesting.
But generally, if you ask me, is there any big change in terms of like TV, radio? Okay, we just read newspaper just now. That was quite
Quite an experience.
quite an experience. But all of this has been around. It's just how we utilize that, and the framing on us thinking differently has definitely been encouraged the last 2 years.
Yeah, I think I do totally agree. I feel like these channels, like I said, they are limited channels anyway, right? It's the how we use it that gives it a different dimension, or the innovation. But I think a lot of times now, like a lot of people are thinking, how do they enrich the traditional medium with a digital experience? So, for example, like we do have technology, and we have kind of sold campaigns to clients where we can hijack competitive ads, right? When they're watching TV, it's really the second screen nature. So if they're watching TV and you see a particular brand on TV, we hijack the second screen with our competitor brand. So I think these kind of thinking, like we have to think, like I said, the touch points are already there. Out of home, it's there, right? Digital out of home, it's there. But how do we utilize it to create impact or whatever engagement that we want? I think like that's what drives like creativity in this business.
Do you have anything to add, Derek?
Well, I think
It's a really fascinating
I think for Coney, I think the difference between the last 2 years is because we are an online corporate booking tool. So obviously, our audience would have to be digitally savvy firstly, right? So the advantage of the last 2 years is I think everybody's become digitally savvy if they were not, right? So I think that kind of helps. That kind of helps the process of basically, helps Coney in the sense in pushing the product. Yeah.
We've all suddenly seen the re-emergence of the QR code. Suddenly it's the most amazing wow technology. I think this is a really interesting conversation, actually, and I think it's been quite interesting to listen about TV, because I'd never really thought about TV being sort of a two-way thing. But you're absolutely right. You watch something and then it's really frustrating when you're trying to find it online and you can't find it online, and it actually causes more anger and frustration. So it's really quite interesting. So I want to sway the conversation a little bit into this whole proliferation of e-commerce, buying online, Grab, deliveries, not just Grab, Foodpanda, any of the others that exist out there. All of these parties that we can now use to deliver products to us. I am very conscious about when I order something online now, the packaging that it arrives in is quite often heavy plastic. And we were just talking before about Malaysia had this big idea to remove single-use plastic, and then the pandemic hit and suddenly we are plastic heavy again. I'm just curious, I'm going to start with you, Li Ming, as well, is just to understand from a brand perspective, if people are buying you online, this whole sustainability sort of initiative that you might have internally, and whether or not it tallies with what's happening in the e-commerce, quick commerce delivery world.
Well, on the context for corporate perspective, there's definitely planned, and we are aware that consumers are more discerning in terms of choices of brand that they want to stick to and choices of brand that actually they resonate. And the two part of it is really on how authentic the brand appears to be or is actually is. And that is what you've touched on sustainability and also on transparency, actually. So in a lot of times, especially when it comes to like shorter path of purchase, where it's e-commerce, where you have like live streaming, and essentially consumers are being bombarded with informations and a lot of, I wouldn't call it noise, but really like testimonials and word of mouth, and might not even be from your friends, sustainabilities on our context perspective come from product. And that's much bigger. It's not, and I can only speak for a local perspective, that's something that we are behind our corporate. But definitely every affiliate or local company on our own, we drive transparency. So we've introduced technologies where allow the consumers to actually check authentications on exactly when the products comes in, where the product comes in, and how long the product has been in Malaysia, and then authentication and certifications of the made of the product, and allowing them to accessibility to how the product is actually made. So that we provide, because you are talking about nutrition, and nutrition today's is a big topic, and because of that, there's just so many products that's nutrition heavy being launched in the market, and you're essentially not sure what you are really putting into your mouth. So that we championed in at least Malaysia. We're really big on transparency, and especially we do that on digital platforms, and we do that on e-commerce, and we try to leverage platforms in which they spend time, and we make it easy for consumers to actually do that. So every of our pack, like you said, QR code now is so big, thanks to my Sajatra, has a QR code which allows that kind of product authentications. And on top of that, allows an engagement for them to want to know more if they buy the product. Yeah.
Well, for me, I just want to pick on the word packaging, which is like a big deal, right? When we receive, we're so excited buying something online, and then when we receive, it comes in this huge, gigantic package. And there was a point where at Eon, we were having this huge conversation about how do we lessen the packaging, or how do we even become a little bit more responsible when it comes to packaging. But the question remains, right? It is really at the end of the day about functionality. We're not just delivering one package. We're talking about, say, in a day, thousands of packaging requests coming in. And then when we pack them, we have to consider leakages. We have to consider if the items don't work with each other very well. How do we contain the mess that it could create? How do we make sure that experience for the customers when they do open it, what is their experience? So we went from all kinds of material we were using, and we finally settled on what we think is a good enough answer for the customers at the moment, which is we recycle a lot of boxes. We just need to make sure that they're clean again, that they are relatively clean boxes. And then we put in all the items, and we try to make it as different as if they're fresh, wet items versus when they're dry items, for example. And we try to handle it as good as we can when we drop it at the homes. The wet one, where, if it rains, can you pick it up in time? We have all those concerns on behalf of the customers as well. So it is not as easy, or perhaps even as simple that it is to say that, oh, there's also the re-emergence of plastics, right? It is still to date, unfortunately, one of the most durable. We cut down all our plastics in the stores at the moment are all they turn into compost within like a month. If you don't touch or use them, they just the burai into and so you are reminded again to use it as often as you can. But if you were to put like whatever products and you just store it for more than a month, those items that you thought you bagged away have no more bag in like a month or so. So it also depends on consumers' point of view and consumers' use for packaging. In Eon, we're very particular about how suppliers are sending their products to us and how we then display them and what is left behind and the customer's relationship with the packaging. There is going to be a relationship. There are, of course, the ones who are very clear about zero waste, right? They bring their own containers. They are very specific about no bags. They're very specific, no stickers. They're very specific about a lot of things like my vegetables, please do not have any plastic. Please do not have any stickers around it, etc., etc., because they don't want to throw anything away. But for many other customers, you will see that they will just take the whole roll of bags, which is because they really find it useful. It's really functional for them. So for us, if they functionally understand how to use it and keep using it and using it again and make use of the purpose of what the packaging are used for in the long term, perhaps actually save well too. So those are actually the conversations that we constantly have internally, and we push suppliers to to make sure that they must not is there any way we can lessen the packaging? Is there any way that the consumers can return, the tin packagings to you? Can you give them incentives when they do return it? Are there a space where we can say that, hey, come over and you could do this with whatever packaging that you've had that you didn't like or that you felt was a waste of? Feedback, give us feedback on how to do it better. What didn't you like about this plastic? Was it too much of a waste for you, and how do you perceive that bit? How is that a waste? Because wastefulness is actually quite different from person to person, and where do you prioritize wastefulness versus functionality? So that question is also important, because at the end of the day, what we do is to serve needs. And well, there are all kinds of needs.
And like
safe to say.
locally, we encourage the scoops to be returned, and we actually reward the consumers every time they return the scoops, so that we can drive sustainability. But in your context, I feel like as I'm listening, especially for a retail group, right, it gets so difficult to balance. It gets very complicated, right, to balance between like quality when you deliver to the consumers to when it arrives to lesser and more sustainable way of packing. Like I feel like it can be quite a complicated decisions. Like if it comes with lesser, probably some consumers like you are not giving me great
So
packaging.
we actually have a comment box. So in the comment box, in the remark box, for the customers to actually be very clear about how they like it delivered. So you can be very specific and say, please do not send me any plastics. Please make sure your packaging is minimal. Please make sure they're all boxed. And I will pass my bags to the rider, and please find a way to get the bags off the rider because I will be doing this and that. So, but this again requires some form of actions from the customers as well. We will make that kind of allowances to personalize, and we want to do more and more of that. But it does require a lot of coordination between all the parties that are involved.
Absolutely. And as much as I think I could talk about sustainability and plastics and the world, we're here to talk about omnichannel and marketing greatness. So we will come back to omnichannel. And I really want to ask sort of Derek and Sue-Ann about this emerging digital touch points and channels that we're seeing with social commerce, with live streaming, v-commerce, and the potential futures we might have with multiple realities, all that kind of stuff as well. I was just wondering, starting with Sue-Ann, how you're seeing this growth and how you're seeing brands interact with all of these different sort of digital channels, because it's not just digital anymore, right?
Yeah, for sure. I think obviously any channel that brings sales for the client is a good channel. So we don't discriminate like whichever channel. But I think again, we shouldn't look at sales channel or e-commerce. Like I think the idea of digital is it's dynamic. It's always evolving. So what we understand today as e-commerce is probably changing as we speak, right? So then you have the emergence of like live selling on Facebook, on probably TikTok, and the thing is, it would be good like for us to view it differently, right? Like what's the role of that particular channel in sales? Because the way or what the customer is experiencing, going to Lazada to purchase the product and discovering the product in say TikTok is completely different. So we find that in social commerce, that's a lot of discovery. So I mean, there are two sides to the coin. So the argument the social platforms are making is, oh, you don't need to do advertising anymore. You don't need to do branding because customers are discovering your products online on social media. But I do think there's some truth to that, because especially for low involvement products, and you see something online, you don't even care what brand it is, right? You just, oh my god, it's so cute, I want to get it, so you just click. But when it comes to like higher involvement type of product, when it involves your kid, your kid's nutrition, when it involves like your own safety, a car, for example, like, I think digital plays a huge role, but it is still at the end of the day, a lot of consideration, research, and everything has to come to place. It's not as quick as low involvement products. So I think using social commerce, live commerce in ways that is relevant for that said product in launch, I think that's like the most important thing. A lot of brands are using or experimenting with these new channels, like more like a marketing tactic to gain awareness, to gain like talkability. But then the trick is, okay, do we evaluate it, and then do we make that a sustainable channel for us? Like, will it stay, or would it move on to something else? So I think it is like what you said, is a super important consideration, all of these like digital channels. But I think again, I'll circle back to the role of the channel, like what is it used for, in which part of the customer journey. I think that's like the most important thing to consider.
So the most important thing is to understand the person doing the journey and what they're using it for.
Yes, absolutely. So I think there's this Facebook group called Malaysia Picky. Not sure if you guys know or heard of it. It basically reviews like stuff from Lazada and Shopee, like things that, like weird things from China
That should
that
be
you're not
entertaining.
sure.
I was going to say, I'm going to
Yeah,
go
like you're
seek
not
this
sure,
one
like,
out.
does it really work? But they would review it. They will put a video online. So even though even though it's online, like it's on Facebook, like you can't click immediately to purchase. But I feel like that's telling you something, right? Because it created that intent, that interest. So if like there is a way for customers to immediately click purchase, and I think then we're looking at a very different shopping behavior. The most the highest traffic of all these online shopping is really at night, when the mom nothing to do on the bed, and waiting to fall asleep, and and they'll leave a lot of things in the cart. Not everything gets purchased. It's just a psychological thing. Like, they just
Window shopping.
Yeah, I was about to say it's a different kind
it's
of
a
window
window
shopping.
exactly. So people the people's shopping behavior is changing drastically, and we have to figure, like, how do we catch up with that?
Yeah, which is the OMG part, to be honest.
Yeah,
I always thought like,
exactly.
oh, this is changing. OMG is changing.
Well, Derek, if you have anything.
I think I agree with what Suen said. I think for travel, I think obviously the last 2 years impossible to travel, so we've seen a lot of obviously live streaming and a lot of social commerce and all these things. So social media has actually really helped the travel industry in that sense. One of the main things social media has done, I mean, because the 2 years of not being able to travel, you tend to sell the dream of traveling, you know. And then I also had this conversation with Suen earlier. I think knowledge in terms of the difference between looking at a post somewhere on social media, you know what I mean, in terms of a very beautiful place, a bit of description, gives people the idea, sells them the dream of traveling. That's where I want to go to, you know. Rather, you also have you have a list, a bucket list or something, top 10 bucket list or something. People tend to dream of traveling that sense. So social media definitely is a place. Then live streaming, we do see a lot of travel agencies, or I guess people trying to sell travel on these things. I think currently the hot thing is having KOLs. You see a lot of travel agents using a lot of KOLs, and they are traveling in Europe, and they're selling it, and it's working, So I mean, like what she said, any channel that sells, any channel, any whatever medium you're using, and then you can sell something, then you do have to evaluate where it's coming from. but can it sustain? That's the main thing, you know.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
think that's the.
I just want to add a little bit, right? So on one hand, we talk about the customers being the core, the most important. The customer is who we're serving at the end of the day. So the journey is very important. The way he lives, not how we live, because otherwise we are talking at them instead of with them. But what's also really important is the content creation bit, the content creation side, which is very similar to what you're saying about how you use the platforms. But over here, we're talking about how what are you actually putting on the platform. So ideally, of course, the platform itself is able to close the loop off. If I'm really interested to buy or do something about this, I can. So the platform must enable that already to have all kinds of functions, all kinds of actions allowed. I mean, that's the minimum expectation. And then after is how we then want to talk about what we're trying to tell you. Are we trying to pique your interest? No selling here, but just to interest you. But if you're interested, you can try it. Just click and you can have it in your house just to try it. Just, to pilot, for example. But those things are important. And I think the measurement that we should be talking about today, of course, you talk about spend, but it does not need, for me, marketing today, especially in an omni-channel space, is not just about measuring the results, and the results not just about sales. It's also not just about subscription number or also the number of likes. Who cares to like something, right? I prefer not to like something actually. I just want to scroll, but I do stop and look at it. So it is clearly important for a lot more marketeers to really think about the different kind of stuff that the customer would like to be exposed to. Not so much your item fitting into their lives, but their lives, and then how your item is adding value. So the add value bit is very important.
Yeah. And I do like what Suen say about categorizing the low involvement brand versus high involvement brand. So it's very important to know what your brand add values to the shopper or consumers that you are talking to. So like, for example, in nutrition per se, we use live streaming not so much as to promote or anything, but really to drive educations, because during this time, there are a lot of questions on how to keep healthy, what is this ingredient for, and what are the things that I need to look out for. And really bringing closer, like, for example, there were times where you were afraid of going hospitals or clinics. Like, can we actually provide that service by bringing our partners closer to the consumers who actually have questions and have that interactions? So essentially, it's really about like whatever that you want to do on social commerce, because it's so quick and it's so accessible. We got to be very responsible and understand our roles on exactly what we are trying to deliver to the consumer, especially on high involvement brands.
So you're both, all of you, reading my minds, and I've got two follow-up questions that tie into what's been said, and I'm trying to decide which one's going to be OMG. So let's come to the very simple, straightforward question, which is, how do we measure ROI in this world, right? Just because you've bought something on Lazada doesn't mean that that's where you found it, the ROI for Lazada versus the brand that you bought. How do you measure ROI on the investments that you're making when it comes to marketing? Suan?
Sure. So I think there are two ways that we do in Trapper. One, obviously, if it's a 100% digital attribution, like that's quite easy. We kind of know like which are the channels that are really working for certain campaigns or certain products. But I would also like advise clients to do like a full marketing attribution study to understand, because sometimes it's not just the media that we are investing in, right? It could be like a sales promo, it could be like some dealer incentive or whatever that's in the marketing mix. So we would actually advise clients to do like a thorough study on marketing attribution so that we understand all of the channels and how each of the channel is actually contributing to the ROI, whatever the end metric matters to the client. Usually it's sales. And I think that is really important because I feel like marketing is always evolving, right? It's dynamic. We have to try something to understand whether it works or it doesn't. So in what we normally do with our clients is we do recommend them like a balanced ratio of investing in something that work. So some clients are always gunning for innovation, and they forget that sometimes when something works, like don't change it.
If it ain't broke, don't
Don't
fix
rock the
it.
boat.
Yes, exactly. So we would actually like recommend like, okay, certain part of the budget, like it has to be invested back in what works. And then this is the now channels that worked for us. And then we invest in what's next, what's new, something that maybe competitors are on and we're not on, and then we would be on it. And then what's next? Meaning you are the innovator. You create like new channels for yourself to reach your customers. So I think we, with that kind of like investment, like we have to track like what's working for us, like, currently I think there isn't this one size fit all kind of like solution, I feel. So it really depends on the client's appetite as well, whether they want to invest in this kind of projects. Yeah, but I feel like information, like having that data, really kind of gives you a lot more confidence to move forward with what channels actually worked when, why. That's the most important thing.
And I want to ask you the same question, Yiming, as from the sort of brand position. Like, how do you measure ROI? Or
Well, first of all, it's not as complex as we think, right? If we really think about like what exactly is the stage of the brand, what are we trying to do? So if you're launching a new brand, then essentially you've got to look into KPI from brand perspective first, because then the objective is really to drive awareness and really to drive considerations as the core priorities. And then it goes down to media and touch points, right? So when you go through the funnels, it is not as linear, but as a at least as a guideline, we know that awareness, you measure the CPM and then the reach and considerations, the clicks, and then trial it's the leads, for example, cost per leads, and then you kind of do optimizations. But I do agree that at the end of it, we do marketing attributions really to see exactly what worked and what didn't work, and especially during these 2 years, there's a lot of test and try on how you actually execute. You might be doing exactly the same thing. You intensify some of the touch points, and you kind of change the content. But has it worked to what you think based on the data that you have? Then you do a marketing attributions to actually see the ROI. And then do you have like brand health, which you talks about like what is the equity that you're trying to say? Then you measure whether you are actually saying the right thing. And then is the awareness or the trial or the considerations drivers exactly what you have done? So there are so many data and enablers out there to allow us to actually see the measurements. But one of the big things and I would say in marketing is that there's just so many. And sometimes we complicate matters. Essentially is really make sure that you know exactly what you're trying to do. I've been on both sides, agency and client, in which sometimes they get very frustrated to actually receive a brief they're trying to find, like to try to achieve 10 objectives.
I know that feeling myself.
and then you end up having 100 measurements of how you perceive works and do not work. So have a clue on exactly what you're trying to achieve and really set the target. And there is no one way of measure. There are media measurements, there's brand measurements, there's penetration measurements, and there's and be very clear on what you're trying to do.
Yeah, like just to add on, right? Like seems like like big data is a big word, data driven is a big word, and then so I had conversations with clients, and then they tell me, oh, I want to like really personalize like my messaging and experience to specific customers. So sometimes we have to take a step back, right, and think, okay, is that efficient? Or okay, fine, like you want to have some kind of data or information, but I think what's important, and probably you might agree, because in research, like we always ask, right? What do you want to action? What do you want to action on that piece of information that you get? Because if you were to invest and get that information, and actually you realize like, oh, it doesn't really change my plan, right? So it's just really like good to have, but it doesn't rock your world, right? Like, so I feel like it's also a question of not being, overtly, yeah, with every single data point, like, but get the ones that are critical, that would inform the business and that you can actually action on it. Yeah.
Like the one that actually so what to the business, like, okay, what does it do to the business? I think that's it.
But also, aside from the so what question, for ROI questions, I also think it's very important for the clients to understand, to also not be afraid, to really not be afraid. And I think the agency also need to, drive this a little bit harder to the clients, that they shouldn't be afraid of what is customarily or traditionally perhaps be known as a bad result. Like if you do something and they don't buy, okay, it's not a bad thing. You have to look at what worked. Sure, there are things that you hope will work but didn't work. But what then worked? And something must click. Something must have happened to make certain things work. So what is it? So in our search for ROI, that's very absolute. Like we sold something, we turned something, we converted something. We also mustn't forget that there are things that we aren't looking for, but are just staring at us in the face because we aren't looking for it, and then we don't see it. And it's such a pity. So for me, it's never about just a sale. It's always about, for me, the end is always about, can I get the customer to give me feedbacks? Can I have the customer to say something to me? That's it. That's all I want. Just say, even if it's a hi, it's great, because now I moved you to say hi. So now what next? So then the ball is back in my court. But if the ball is constantly just being, played out, and I'm like, okay, where is the return? Where is the return? And if it's flying over our head and we're not saying that as a return, it has to come to the net, or to the bat that I'm holding, then it's just such a pity, because we're not seeing more of what we should.
And also, to your point of ROI, one very simple mistake sometimes we do is that we report it, but we don't know whether if it's a good number or a bad number, because you don't have benchmark, right? We said like, oh, it's 3 times more. What is 3 times
Or good enough, right? Should it be 300 times?
3.0 good, or 1.0 good, or is it 2.0 good? I think sometimes we get so excited over data, and then we are like mining data, and then we find different ways to triangulate what could have been successful. But benchmark against what? What does that mean? What does that number mean? I think that's a very common mistake that even myself or my team does.
Yeah, absolutely. Like I had this experience, this incident with like a colleague, and they were showing, oh, wow, look at our achievement, like our digital achievement,
1 million.
like 6 million impressions as opposed to target 1 million. And I go like, I don't need 6 million. I only need 1 million. Does that mean I cut the budget because I just need 1 million? I don't need 6 million. What does 6 million mean?
Over budget.
Exactly.
Oh, sorry, Derek, yes.
I guess for a tech startup, a travel tech startup like us, I think our ROI is, well, take up. We measure it obviously by take up.
Yeah.
But of all this talk about data, I think, but with us, I think how we cut that data is always very important. How you use that data, what sort of data do you have? Everybody says big data, but what did they do with it? But without data, because it's very specific, we're always able to negotiate better deals, and across the board, it can be targeted towards clients, per se, that sort of way,
Yeah.
So in that sense, when you can give more value to your clients, you can also push up your take up. It's just, that's how we measure it as a tech startup now.
Yeah. And I think it's a really interesting point. I'm going to move on, but I just want to, my personal opinion is, quite often on big data, we hear clients, and I hear clients all the time, and we own so much data, we've got so much data, but what do you do with it? And actually, what does it tell you? It tells you that so-and-so bought something from your site and they are 35 years old and they're a woman, and you can assume they've got a child. what do you actually do with that information? Like, it's just a bunch of dots and dashes at the end of the day, and it's very difficult to know what to do with it. So I think one of the common themes I'm hearing here is that we're all people at the end of the day, right? We're all absorbing media in the same way. We're all absorbing brands in the same way and finding out in the same way. They can't be brought down to dots and dashes in a big database of what we do. But I do want to move forward, and I really want to come and talk to you, Yuan, because you're coming from a physical retail environment. So we talk a lot about social, digital, and everything like this. I'm really curious on your perspective on how the physical retail world has changed and what you think of as the future for physical retail.
Well, you're not going to hear from me that
Okay, I
physical
won't
is
hear
going
from-
out of
Absolutely,
business.
no, it's definitely not.
It's definitely staying in business. And I think given how much more people want to touch things and feel things and trust things, they do want to see it, we will be more and more relevant. But we must also clearly be present everywhere else. And for me, the idea of omnichannel is really how are we making sure that the customers feel like it's in the same space, regardless of whether they're coming to us physically or whether they are online buying from us, that they feel like we're the same people selling. We're still, if their idea of us are smiling people, which I hope, and therefore, do they feel like we're smiling people across all the other touch points that they see us at, whether it is on Facebook, or do they see us as the same or not, based on their experience? So clearly, because you have your feed will be very different, right? And then suddenly when Eon comes out, does it feel like you still understand this Eon? So that is really difficult at the moment because we are serving so many personas, so many different kind of segments and so many different types. So that actually got us scratching everywhere, trying to figure out how else can we serve ourselves in various different journey, because it's so different. And the personalization for us is maybe 100 times more difficult compared to, let's say, if you're a singular brand trying to sell off certain specific items online or in business, a shop, for example. But because we are a general merchandise store, so that means we are generally serving a lot more general stuff to a lot more people. So how do they relate to us amidst all this conversation and personalization? I mean, that's the most difficult thing to talk about.
I mean, I'm going to throw a question out there. How important do you really think personalization is when you're talking to your consumers?
I think for general merchandise store, just saying that I think they only want personalization when they ask for it.
Right.
Very specific when they ask for it.
Oh, you get really freaky, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Like,
Why are
how
you
know my
talking to me?
name?
Don't talk to me. But otherwise, I think they like their own space. They do want. So then the idea here is to always present them with ways that they can. It's up to you if you want to have a look at it or not. But then again, it's also really strange that on the sales floor, we do find a lot more sales for items where there's real active promoters that are in sync with their lifestyle, pushing them things. So if you're a mature if you're a mature shopper, for example, and you speak to another mature promoter, for example, you're going to have this conversation that you are like that person, and that's important. So how do we promote more of this in a general merchandise store? So that's something that is difficult, especially on social media.
I like to think I like to think of the term brand hospitality. I feel like it's more about, Japan does it fantastically, right? Like, and they don't go to the name level type of personalization, but they really make you feel special as a customer. So I feel like it is really about understanding the different channels and to be able to deliver the brand hospitality specifically for that channel. So I had a question like all this while, like why would a cosmetic e-commerce site list the products like how Village Grocer would list groceries? Oh,
Say,
yeah.
What word? What?
Yeah. So you get me, like that experience. Like if you think about it from a hospitality point of view, like what you're trying to sell and what the customer wants. The customer wants to see how the color would look like on her face. So if it was AR enabled, like she can actually see how it looks on her face. Like you don't need to do that with vegetables, right? It's very simple. Just click and yeah. So I
But
think
I
that's
think it's
important.
availability of tech, though, right? The tech is
Yes.
just not available yet. I'm sure if it's available, people will do that already, but just not.
It is,
Called
yeah.
modification.
Sure. Right now it is, but when they first started, when you first sell cosmetic, it's not. So you
Yeah.
just kind of list it. And how do you buy cosmetic anyway? You already know what you're going to buy, and then you just go there and buy it. So list it for me, simple, easy, like how I would shop for grocery, and voila, I just pick what I already know. I'm not trying something new. I'm not going to try on something that I already know. Do you know what I'm
Yeah.
saying?
Yeah.
So
I
there's
think-
that different functions,
Yeah.
different people,
Yeah.
different needs, different cycle, different journey that would
Yeah.
really be.
For sure.
I like brand hospitality, and I absolutely agree. It's really not just about personalizations, right? It is about the experience that you take home and what the brand can offer. So having a name there is nice, but if you're going to be rude all the way and not manage expectations or not meet expectations of what I want from a skincare or cosmetic or nutrition or in a retail outlet, I think that will ruin it. So brand hospitality is really nailed it for me. To an extent, I'm a big believer that you will never replace actual touch sensorial experience. Because retail outlets are not just a place where I go in, get out, and buy stuff, right? Retail outlets, and I'm helping out here, like Aeon, like Aeon, it provides more than that, like family, a place to go, right? A family bonding and an environment where you can actually really feel and touch and leave home with an experience. So I'm a big believer that they complement each other. They are here to stay. One probably more intense than frequencies probably change, but I really don't think that in the near future that retail will leave.
Yep, no, I completely agree with you. Derek, anything to add on personalization? You have a.
It's all been said.
It's all been said.
No, but I do want to personalize something for you. You know, in my head, if you're corporate, right? Corporate traveling, right? So now that the market's open, we want to go to all kinds of fairs. Get us there.
It's not a problem. We can talk, you know. But it's all about. I mean, when it's brand hospitality, I think I think that that relationship needs to be there. You know,
Yeah.
if once it's there, you see longevity in it. You know, and then there's also loyalty.
Yeah.
In that sense, yeah.
Yeah, I agree completely. Well, I'm looking at the time and I'm going to scrap my last two questions because otherwise they'll be shouting at me in the background. So I want to say thank you ever so much for the conversation that we've had today. I think we've covered a lot of topics, but it's been really interesting. It's been great to get your insights into everything. So thank you very much for coming along and having very different perspectives and points of view. Thank you very much.
No, thank you
Thank
for having us.
Thank you.
everyone. I'm sorry I had to interrupt the last panel discussion. I really enjoyed that, and we hope that you did as well. Unfortunately, we didn't have enough time because we were so wrapped up in the conversation to answer all the questions. What we can do is whatever questions that we have, we'll send over to the panelists and we'll get back to you after the event. Hope you understand. Thank you so much for your understanding. And as well, I would love to say thank you so much to Jane, Limeng, Yuan, Derek, and Sue Ann for such an insightful and engaging discussion. It was most definitely a wonderful honor to have all of them powering this event. All right, guys, before we end this session, here's how you can be in the running for our special prize draw with promo codes, exclusive consultations, and gadgets all worth over 26,000 ringgit up for grabs. And all you need to do is number one, scan the QR code here on the screen or go to bit.ly/marcoms- Survey 3. And number 2, just let us know what your thoughts are about this morning session. And number 3, tune in for the winner announcement later today. All right, if you have enjoyed this session, we have, last but not least, a great program lineup coming up this afternoon. As you can see on the screen, we will be kicking off this afternoon session with the brand image and media keynote by the Global VP of Customer Experience from Frost & Sullivan. The keynote is then followed by a presentation by the Chief Operating Officer of Boustead Properties. And last but not least, there will be our last power panel session of the conference, where we will talk about the success measurement of branding and marketing. I think something that also was brought up in our current power panel session. The panel in this afternoon will be moderated by our knowledge partner Frost & Sullivan and powered by esteemed guests from Golden Screen Cinemas, Malaysian Digital Association, and our Tech Trooper sponsor, Telom Media. We hope you're as excited as we are for this afternoon session. If you are, please type excited in the chat box or in the comment section. And to learn more about the conference agenda and speaker profiles, you can scan the QR code here on your screen, or you can go to bit.ly/MarCom Tech, like our event name 2022. And if you need any assistance from us, do not hesitate to email us at events@thestar.com.my. Please also share this event with your colleagues and industry peers. I'm signing out, but this page will remain live throughout the day. Remember to complete the short survey and stand a chance to win one of the 3 unique prizes. We want your data, but we'll give you something in return. So thank you, have a good break, and I look forward to welcoming you again later this afternoon at 2 p.m. Bye!
Hello. Hello. Are you okay? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Great. Yes.
Ini dapat dengan saya. Okay, you can hear me.
Yes, can. I can hear you.
Hi, everyone. Good afternoon to all of you, and welcome back. And welcome to the final session of Star Media Group's MarCom Tech Live Virtual Conference. Whether you are tuning in via Zoom, Facebook, YouTube, or LinkedIn, thank you very much for joining us. My name is Myra Baiti, and I am your host for this 2-day conference. And I want to know, and we want to know here, how are you? We are very glad to bring this knowledge sharing to you at the comfort of your own desk, but we'd also love to hear from you. So please let us know how you are doing. How was your lunch break? Mine was amazing. I had Subway. Where are you tuning in from? And what do you wish to take away from this 2-day conference? Please type in the chat box or in the comment section. And by the way, if you haven't heard about these, last year, our Digital X Data 2021 was a tremendous success thanks to each and every one of you as well as our sponsors. And this year, Digital X Data 2022, with the theme of thriving in the road to recovery through tech, is proud to be kickstarted with the MarCom Tech. This conference will run in a journey across 4 different sessions, from discovering the future of MarCom to turning data to insights for campaign measurability to going beyond with integrated and omni-channel strategy, which is this morning, and today moving onwards with brand image and media. To make sure that you gain the most out of the MarCom Tech Live Virtual Conference, we are very honored and humbled with the support of 23 subject matter gurus, thought leaders, industry experts, and organization leaders across different industries who are powering this 2-day program. To learn more about the conference agenda, as well as the speaker profiles, you may scan the QR code here, or you can go to bit.ly/marcomtech2022. And as mentioned earlier, there is a token of appreciation for those that have RSVP'd to attend this event. You will get a 1-night staycation, so stay tuned to our email after the event to find out where you're going. Also, we are running a special prize draw with over 26,000 ringgit at this event, with promo codes, exclusive consultations, and gadgets up for grabs. All right, speaking of, let's see who are the winners of this morning's session. The 5 winners of this morning's attendees prize draw, who are going to win 100 ringgit travel promo codes, are Cynthia Wong, Oi Chen Yang, Sun Zu Chong, Tan Li Jin, and Simon Kong. So congratulations to you guys. Travel away. And the winner of the Mi 360 home security camera is Hugh Fui Mun. So you know what happens in your house when you have traveled. And the winner of the Skull Candy wireless earbuds are Wong Mun Pin and Julie Go, to listen to when you're on the plane. Hey. All right, congratulations to all of you. Our events crew will be contacting you separately after the event for the arrangement. Now, let's take a look at what we have lined up for you in the afternoon session. We will kick things off with the brand image and media keynote by Frost and Sullivan, followed by a presentation by Boustead Properties, who will be sharing with us about what it means to practice strategic marketing online. Finally, we will wrap up with a panel discussion on success management of branding and marketing, moderated by our knowledge partner from Frost and Sullivan. Joining the panel discussion is our esteemed guests from Golden Screen Cinemas, Malaysian Digital Association, and our Tech Trooper sponsor, Telom Media. Wow, what do you think? I hope you are as excited as we are with the program lineup, and as I hope all of our speakers are as well. So if you are, shout yay in the chat box or comment section to let us know about your excitement. Let's hope so. All right, to learn more about the conference agenda and the speaker profiles, again, you may scan the QR code here of your screen, or you can go to bit.ly/marcomtech 2022. And if you have any questions for any of our speakers, please do post it in the chat box or in the comment section, and we will address it either at the end of the session or during the panel discussion, or if you really don't have any time, then after the event. And if you need any assistance from us, please chat with us with our events crew, or you can also email us at events@thestar.com.my. Don't forget the .com.my at the end. All right, so let's kick off the conference program with the brand image and media keynote. At this presentation, our speaker will be sharing with us how the transformation of the communication landscape from traditional media to digital media wasn't just a revolution in terms of message delivery. It was an indicator of the profound transformation of audience habits. And how can marketers keep themselves updated on new technologies, methods, and trends so that they don't fall behind in the future? Shahid Amanullah is the global VP of customer experience at Frost and Sullivan. With 20 years of experience in product design and development for both the businesses he started as well as major technology companies, Shahid joined the Frost and Sullivan team in 2020 to help transform the company's digital infrastructure and customer experience. He is focused on implementing the company's long-term growth strategies through its digital platforms and brand messaging. All right, so we are very grateful to have Shahid Amanullah to share his knowledge with us. Without further ado, Shahid will be on air real soon, so please stay tuned and stay caffeinated. Bye.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for attending MarCom Tech this year. I'm really happy to be with you. My name is Shahid Amanullah. I'm a global vice president at the research firm Frost & Sullivan. I'm also a managing director of a private equity firm called Frost Capital in the San Francisco Bay Area. I have lived and breathed marketing in both the traditional and digital spaces for quite a while now. I have done work with startups. I've done work with major corporations like Google and Facebook. I have done marketing work within institutions like the World Bank. So I've got a pretty broad understanding of where marketing has come from the traditional space to the digital space. Now, of course, I have a bias. My bias is digital media and all that it can do for marketing. I think that we haven't even scratched the surface of what it can do for us. But I also have seen the transition that people have gone from the traditional space to the digital space. So what I wanted to do today, in the time that we have, is I wanted to talk a little bit about the traditional media space with respect to marketing, and compare and contrast it to the digital space. And then talk a little bit about what each one offers and how to make that transition over to the digital space and why it's necessary. It's a very complicated space. People are still trying to figure it out. I think if you're one of the younger people in the audience, you probably get it a little bit more than some of the older people. But either way, we all have to make this transition because this is the way the world is going. So let's go ahead and find out what this is all about. So what will we be covering today? First of all, we'll just define what do we mean by traditional media, because I think people have different ideas of what that means. I actually think that my definition might be a little different than what some of you might think, and let's compare notes. So how does digital media compare to that? So in a world of digital media, the marketing environment has been completely transformed. So we want to compare what worked and what didn't work in traditional media and how that compares to the digital environment. And what's possible with digital media? I think that people are definitely familiar with that environment. They've of course seen advertising and social media, and they've seen rich video experiences and things like that. But I think we've only scratched the surface of what's possible. So I wanted to talk a little bit about those experiences. And then most important, how do you maximize the opportunity? So one of the great things about the digital space is that it gives us opportunities to uncover every little bit of value that we can find, but it requires different strategies to do that in every different space. So we'll talk about that as well. So first, let's talk about traditional media, and let's talk about it from the perspective of the marketer, okay? So the first thing that I want to talk about are the audiences that you go after in traditional media. In general, at least from the perspective of somebody in the digital space, audiences are broad, they're vague, and they're hard to define. What do I mean by this? So say you're putting an ad in a newspaper. Well, what do you know about that audience? Maybe you have something very specific you want to sell, but the demographic of that newspaper is one demographic made up of a lot of different kinds of people, and you're targeting all of them with your ad. The same goes for maybe less so for television ads, where you're putting a commercial on after a particular show, and maybe you know something about the audience of that show, but it's usually a very broad category. Maybe it's 15 to 29-year-olds, or maybe it's a particular region that you're putting the ad in. Maybe it's a local market, but that's really all that it offers. And maybe that's helpful if you are in a general business. Maybe you're a store or something like that. But in today's economy, people are being very specific about their products and their services, and that requires us to have very specific audiences to target. And so it's very, very difficult to do that within traditional media. What that translates to is that targeting markets is more of an art than a science. So when you're faced with broad audiences, you try to be creative about the advertising and the marketing channel. For example, you try to use language that appeals to a particular group of people, or you use certain words or phrases that appeals to the type of people you're trying to target. And some people are actually really good at this in traditional media. but it does require this kind of sensibility that you kind of have. You can't define it very clearly, but you've got an idea of how to attract them. And in the old days, of television and radio ads, people did this with catchy jingles, or people did this in magazine ads with, particular types of photography or particular types of animation and graphic design. And, what ties that particular bit of creative to a particular audience? Again, it's more of an art than a science. Now, even if you happen to attract the attention of a customer in traditional media, tracking their journey is pretty much difficult to impossible. How do you know if the customer has come to you because they saw a magazine ad? Or how do you know if they came to you because they saw an ad on TV? Unless you ask them, which doesn't really happen all that often in the purchase journey, it's really hard to figure out if that ad worked, and therefore it's really hard to figure out what your return on investment is. I spent this much money on a particular piece of marketing, and maybe I sold a lot of different things, but how do you know who came in because of that and who just came in because of other reasons? So it becomes it's very, very, very difficult. And then last, the mediums available for communication are really limited. I've mentioned television, radio, advertising. I'm going to throw another one here in the traditional media camp that maybe some of you might disagree with. I actually think email is so old that it actually falls into the realm of traditional media at this point. Maybe not completely traditional, and maybe it's kind of straddles the line between traditional and digital media, and modern digital media, but it kind of has qualities of both. So, even though it's technically digital, it actually has a lot of the same problems, at least in the actual text of the email and the way that the email is formulated. It actually borrows a lot from traditional media in terms of the way it's formulated. Now let's take a look at the customer perspective of traditional media. So if you're in a traditional media environment, how do the customers look at you? So first of all, there's actually a high risk that a customer might have a bad experience. What do I mean by this? I mean that when you take an ad and you put it out to the general audience and you only want a few people to resonate with it, it means that the remaining people for whom that ad is not relevant are forced to either sit through it, maybe they're sitting through an ad on TV, or they're forced to look at it. And if they're not your direct customer, or they're not, possibly on a customer journey to engage with you, then you're wasting their time. And it leaves a sour taste in their mouth if it's just not something that's going to resonate with them. It's kind of getting in the way of their enjoyment of the media that they're reading. What this means is that it's also easier for the customer to avoid and tune out. How many people will take restroom breaks during a commercial on television, or how many people will scan the newspaper and skip right over the ads, or listening to the radio? They'll just kind of tune it out. And people have become really good at this, actually, in the traditional space, which of course means to get the same return, you've got to flood the airwaves. It's also difficult for customers to respond to. There's no link to click on a television ad, or there's no, if there's a phone number or something on the ad, the customer actually has to do additional work to remember the number, or remember the URL, and to find some time to do it, and then to purposefully put it in to a browser to connect with you. Or if it's like an ad for a store, they've got to go ahead and, for a physical store, they've got to, get in their car and go there. And it makes it hard for the customer, has to do more work. And with very few exceptions, a lot of traditional media advertising is just not interesting enough to notice. There's so many limitations with what you can do, and a lot of ads just look like each other, and you don't have much of an opportunity to capture somebody's attention. And so, unless you're really, really creative about the way you do it, where you catch their eye with maybe something that's sensational, something that's colorful, it's just not interesting enough to notice. So let's turn now to digital media. So what does digital media offer us in comparison to the traditional media landscape? Well, first of all, new ways of presenting information. It's not just that you are showing people images and videos, there's actually a culture behind that that gives you permission to present that information in more creative ways. So even if you're talking about an advertisement on a website or a video ad or an ad that you see in social media, you actually have more liberties and more creativity that you could put in that than you would in a traditional space. It's because both the technology enables you to do that, but also the culture of the space allows you to do that. It's less intrusive to a customer, even if it's more intrusive. The customer accepts that, actually. There's new ways of targeting customers. You can, because digital media in general is so disaggregated and so fragmented, and people can organize in groups of interest, then it's much easier to actually find out who they are. It's easier to track them. It's easier to insert advertising messages into the content in which they are consuming. Sometimes the content is actually embedded in the content. The advertising is embedded in the content that they're consuming. So it's a very creative space. Even as some of the types of advertising that straddle the line between traditional media and modern digital media. And I mentioned email before. I'm also going to put banner advertising on websites, which is kind of the web equivalent of the ad in the newspaper. Even those are, they're better, of course, than the traditional counterparts, but even those are finding limitations on their creativity. Digital media also offers us new ways of creating relationships with our customers. The old style of marketing is an us to many, or like a one to many relationship. It's not a two-way relationship, it's a one-way relationship. But what digital media allows us to do is to create two-way relationships, not just with one group of customers, but with multiple groups of customers, and sometimes even people who are not customers, but which conversations can create a brand message or create a excitement about your brand. So, and I'll get a little bit more into that later about what that exactly means. You also have new ways of tracking the journey. The software for marketing has become so sophisticated that you have the ability to follow your customer from the moment they express an interest in what you're offering. And so by using the software and tracking their journey, and especially if what you're selling is something that can be purchased online, you can actually mark the journey from the initial point of interest all the way to a sale. And of course, what that does in a way that traditional media can't do is that you can tie a purchase directly to a bit of marketing in the digital space in ways that you could never do before. And then, of course, what that leads to is new ways of capturing value. By creating relationships, by being in the spaces where your customers are, by getting a sense of what they're feeling and what's important to them, you start to be able to get valuable insight into what it is you're selling and how you can tailor it in better ways so that you can make it a pleasant experience for them to purchase from you, where they're excited to give you their money. And that's what digital media offers us. So let's look at digital media from the customer perspective, how they look at this space, because some of you might be thinking, like, that doesn't sound too different from traditional media. Like, if you're a customer, how are you looking at this space? Well, first of all, marketing can be entertainment. It can be entertainment in a way that traditional media can't be. Sure, a television ad can be entertaining. That's also a really expensive endeavor. But what you can do here is you can entertain in several ways. First of all, if you're doing video content, you can make that video content really, really engaging and interactive. But you can also do entertaining things with your marketing where you are speaking about their passions, where you are directly engaging, sponsoring content that they're interested in, whether it's a podcast or it's a video game or something like that. And you can be a part of that entertainment process with digital media. Also, customers appreciate, and I have to put a caveat here, appropriate personalization. When you create advertising that is so attuned to what the customer wants that they don't see it as intrusive, they actually see it as you doing them a favor, This is the ultimate kind of marketing you can get, and this is also what's possible with digital media. Now, I use the word appropriate because if you do this too much, it can be a little creepy. You're following them around the web. I mean, we've seen that sometimes, if you express an interest on a website for a particular type of product and you look at it but you don't buy, and you're surfing the web, somehow you're seeing ads pop up for that very thing that you saw. And, personally, that can be annoying to me. But I see why people do that, because we have the ability to track that journey and to put little reminders in their head if they haven't purchased that product that they looked at, but, for some reason walked away from that purchase. The next is that brands can have a personality and a peer-to-peer relationship with people. And you see this most effectively done on Twitter, where the Twitter accounts of particular brands are run by really savvy social media people, and they have some liberties. They can be a little snarky and a little bit edgy. They can talk directly to people, and it makes people excited if you actually engage with the Twitter account of a product that you like and they respond to you in a very positive way or even a joking way. It really binds that customer to the brand. And this is the benefit of the two-way relationship that I was talking about. That two-way relationship isn't just about, customer service. It's about creating a community and stirring the pot of that community and making sure that you are at the center of that community. And this is what digital media can allow you to do. And what that results in is customer-centric experiences, that you are there to enhance the life of the customer, as opposed to the other way around, which is you're offering something for the customer and the customer is going to buy it regardless of whether it matches their world that they're in. It's like a one-size-fits-all thing. But what digital media allows you to do is it allows you to micro-market to particular groups of people and share with them the passion they have for whatever it is they're interested in. And it could be their community identity. It could be their regional identity. It could be, some kind of passion that they're interested in, whether it's a television show or a sports team or something like that. But you're going to where the customer is and you're getting involved at their level, not the other way around. And what does this do? This generates genuine passion in customers. When a customer is passionate about your product, that is the ultimate marketing. It's almost like no marketing. You don't have to do anything. You just allow your customers to be your ambassadors. You allow them to be passionate about it. You feed that passion by validating what they're doing and recognizing it and appreciating it, and it creates a feedback loop. Again, something only possible with digital media. Now, this is a huge transition. So let's talk a little bit about the challenges in making this transition. First of all, this just requires new skill sets to implement. Marketing today is not what marketing was like before. It does require you to have an open mind, to, lower yourself to the level of your customer. Don't stay in your ivory tower. To immerse yourself in your customer's experience. Find out what drives them. Find out what makes them tick. And not like some kind of cold research study, but actually being in the places where they are, spending quality time there. Now, these skills are so specialized that, it requires an investment in new technology. There are so many different tools out there that help you to track the customer journey, that help you to identify those customers, that help to insert your messaging into where they are, into the places where they are. There's some very sophisticated software and tools out there to do all of this. And that's going to require some investments. In many cases, it's not cheap. And in the digital environment, you'll find that customers are increasingly savvy. In the traditional space, customers are simply objects upon which your marketing acts. But in the digital space, customers can interact with you, they can avoid you, they can make fun of you, they can support you, and they have been in the digital space long enough to know what's real and what's not real. A lot of them have been cheated before, and because you're so close to the customer, they've developed a little bit of a thick skin sometimes, and you need to design around them. They're not willing to be manipulated, even as they're willing to be passionate ambassadors of your brand. If you do it wrong, they will be your enemy. And the worst thing you want to have is a group of customers out there that are saying bad things about you and spreading that word and essentially doing anti-marketing for your company. This requires the old mindsets in the company to change. And there are plenty of people out there who think that things like TikTok and other kinds of social media are frivolous. They're cheap. They're young. They're inconsequential. But it's just not the case anymore. And it really doesn't matter what you're selling. Everyone that you might be targeting and the people around those people that you might be targeting are all in these spaces, and you can't ignore it anymore. And that means if you're not in these spaces, you're invisible. And if you're invisible, and then if you're noticed as being invisible, you're going to be called a dinosaur. And once you're called a dinosaur, that reflects on the services that you sell, the products that you sell, and it reflects on all of that. And people want what's new and exciting and relevant. And even if you're an old school type of service or product, if your marketing is cutting edge, it will reflect on your product. So this requires a real change in the attitude within a company. And then this is both a good and a bad thing. You might have to restructure your product to fit, because once you are in these spaces and you're side by side with your customers and you're listening to what they say and they're being really blunt and honest with you, you may actually realize that your product or service needs to pivot a little bit, needs to change a little bit, because it's not completely aligned with these customers. And the most passionate customers, maybe they have a bone to pick about something that you build or something that you serve. And it's actually it's an opportunity to embrace. Okay, well, let's take that and let's tell the customer, we heard what you had to say. You've helped us to make a better product. Here it is. You'll find that those people who are critics will turn into ambassadors overnight. So how do we embrace digital marketing? Well, the first thing that I recommend is that you restructure your marketing teams by specialty. The days of the one person who's doing everything from doing the creative copy to the publishing, to the implementation, to the follow-up, those days are gone. You need to create really aggressively creative teams to create content, and you need to create teams of people that are monitoring and maintaining those customer relationships in digital spaces. You need to create a really stellar team of people who track and market all of the metrics that are coming in and tracking that customer journey all the way to a purchase. And then you need people who can optimize that whole experience. Find out what's working, invest more in those. Find out what's not working, dial back on that. Try to figure out where the trends are going. Where are people migrating from one medium to another? Are people migrating from one type of content to another? And if you get all those specialty teams working together, you will really have a well-oiled machine. This requires at least one of those teams to aggressively find the spaces where the customer lives. There is no customer group out there that isn't somewhere aggregated in the online space. Maybe they're reading a particular online publication. Maybe they've created community interest groups. Maybe they are watching a certain type of YouTube channel. But find out where those customers live and insert yourself directly in there. How do you do that? You either aggressively advertise in those spaces, or you can even do deals with those content producers. Sponsor podcasts, sponsor YouTube channels. There's different ways to be a part of that experience. And if they see you being a part of that experience, then they will think highly of what you're doing. And this is also part of being a part of the customer conversations. When people are out there talking about the space that your company is in, and they're saying, I wish we had this, or I really hate it when a company does this, or here's what's wrong with these kinds of products, or maybe they're doing ratings and reviews of products, including your own. Be a part of those conversations. I have found in my marketing journey, when people say really bad things about, I have this app, I have an app that is a global app, nearly 1 million downloads, and I see people saying bad things about it all the time. But when I actually insert myself into that conversation, I say, something like, hey, you're right, and that's a really good idea, and we're going to take that idea and we're going to try to put it in. Would that solve the problem for you? Their attitude changes overnight, and they go from being an intense critic to someone who wants to beta test your new app. So it's really, really easy to win them over if you just show them that respect. You're not talking down to them. You're actually at the same level as them. You respect what they're saying. You never get upset. You need to do a deep dive into marketing software. This is an area where even I, as much as I've looked into these things, I've barely scratched the surface of what marketing software can do. It changes every day. There are old school programs that do really well. There are new programs that don't. You need to find the difference between them. You need to get the right mix. You need to find the right CRM software. You need to find the right tracking software, the right implementation software. It's a lot more than I can go over in this presentation, but you need to do a deep dive into that software. And the last thing that I think you should keep in mind with respect to digital marketing is chase every long tail. What is the long tail? The long tail is that small group of people who are extremely passionate about a particular thing. And it could be that they're in a particular community group or they have a particular hobby, but these are passionate people. And if you win over passionate people, they become the engine that pulls your train. And if you can get embedded with as many of these long tails as possible, they will be a powerful force in your marketing arsenal. So what does this mean for your digital marketing future? Let's put it all together. So first of all, you can do more with less if you've got the right software. The software is meant to do the hard kind of grueling work of the numbers, because you need to focus more of your time on the content creation and the relationship building. Let the software do all that hard number crunching work. Become a trusted friend of your customer. Be at their level. Respond to them. Don't ignore them. Talk to them, not down to them. Be with them, and acknowledge when you've done something wrong, and pledge to make up for it. You'll find that they'll be very forgiving. Capture trends in your market before others. If you're in these spaces, you can start figuring out which way things are going, and you'll know, chances are, before 90% of your competitors. This allows you also to pivot and iterate your campaigns instantly. You can very quickly see what's working and what's not, and then you can experiment. Do A/B testing. Try to do 3 versions of an ad, see which one works better, then invest in the one that's working the best. But you can just constantly refresh and change. It also makes things more interesting for your customers. And the end result of all this, if you do it right, marketing becomes a joy, not a chore, because you're actually having fun in places where people are having fun, and you're a part of a larger community with your customers. And if you're doing it right, it becomes a joy. So thank you very much for hearing me out. If you've got any questions or comments, you can find me at @Shawhead on Twitter and LinkedIn, and I'm happy to continue this conversation with you. Thank you very much.
All right. I hope you enjoyed what we had from Shahid, as well as learn a thing or two from his sharing session. Let's move on to the next agenda. In our next session, our speaker will share the challenges and the journey of strategic marketing whilst embracing IoT of targeted communication. We will learn about the importance of planning, implementation, engaging our stakeholders to execute the journey of partnering with mainstream media and medium platforms. Our speaker has over 25 years of experience in various areas of construction, engineering, property development, and strategic management of these businesses for some of the top award-winning construction giants and developers in Malaysia and overseas. Eason PT is currently the Chief Operating Officer at Boustead Properties. If you have any questions for Eason, please post it in the chat box or in the comment section. And we will be addressing it with Eason at the end of his presentation. All right, so Eason will be with us real soon, so stay tuned.
Can you hear me?
Thank you very much, Myra. And I would like to express my humble thankfulness and gratitude on behalf of Boustead Properties to the Star Media Group for inviting me and allowing me to share with you what are the experiences learned throughout the journey of digital transformation within Boustead Properties. And of course, I will not be representing Facebook. I will not be representing LinkedIn, and I'm not an official representative from any channels like the Star Media Group and whatsoever. I'm here as an industry peers, as an industry practitioner to share with you, yeah, the main reason why we embrace digital transformation in our quest to really sell and reach. Allow me to thank my team who has actually prepared these slides together with the team at Boustead Properties. Yeah, in coordinating with the Star Media Group to arrive at this simple slide presentation today, which I hope I can follow through and stick on to the notes or whatsoever, because I told Joan that I would actually share what are the actual thing that we learn, relearn, and fail through the experimental journey that while we are doing digital transformation within Boustead Properties itself. Yep. Now, this is the table of content. I will try very hard, very best to go through it with you today. Yeah, as brief as possible, as layman as possible. Yep. In terms of how we look at brand image in real estate business. Yeah, and distinguishing brand image from other branding concepts. The brand image is so important these days. Why? Right? And the most important part that I will actually share with you today is actually how we garner the support from our colleagues, our peers, and our stakeholders in building and nurturing our very strong brand over the years that we have actually built. And towards the end, we will talk about a little bit about how we measure the success and the result as we move along. Probably we will talk about some examples and key takeaways. Now, let me go into how we build and nurture Boustead Properties brand. As you know, we are a $4 billion company. All right. So we have property management, we have property investment, and we have property development. Our core business, which is about 82% of our revenue, comes from property development. That is, we develop properties from greenfield, from a brownfield into properties we call spaces. That's why our tagline is always spaces inspired. Whatever we decide to do, our backbone in our mission to accomplish such vision is actually falls back to design. Same as it is with any other conglomerates or well-established brands like BMW, like Mercedes, etc., Grab. We place special emphasis on design. And when we do that, we actually include our team of people, our team of consultants, our team of stakeholders, inclusive of our board of directors. Yeah, to create that buy-in support, which is so ever important for us to really have a clear mindset to execute what is actually in our soul, in our minds. So this afternoon, I would really hope that I can actually accord our sincere thanks from Boustead Properties to our Group MD, Datuk Sri Sazali. He is one of the branding guru that is so much into branding and help us in Boustead Properties in realizing what we have achieved today. Yeah, it's not easy, but we have done it together as one through teamwork, through what we call togetherness. Next, we will actually touch on media intelligence. We have listened to most of our speakers earlier. Yeah, what are those media channels that we are looking at these days? And you name it, you have it. And some of it out there, we may not even know that they exist, but they are doing wonders to our lives and businesses. And when we talk about media intelligence, yeah, we seriously need to break them down into three main core areas. How we monitor these media channels, how we listen to our surrounding, to who our customers are and where our businesses heading, and most importantly, how we analyze the set of data that we collect either through raw or we acquire them. And how does this overall journey contribute to the 4IR of our nation? And last but not least is the key takeaways. Now, in Boustead Properties, which is a very much raw real estate company, we have an average service years of more than 10 years. So you can imagine, when I joined this group in 2020, the sales was very, very questionable at that point of time. Yeah, it's very transparent, and we don't mind to talk about it. We have projects that doesn't sell for 2 years. What do? Yeah, we sit down with our board of directors, very supportive board of directors. We have a very good CEO with us, Encik Izzadin, at that point of time, who was very, very supportive of whatever that is appropriate and good for the business. Now, when you talk about leadership in digital transformation, yeah, leadership is so ever important when it comes to execution. Yeah. Now, before we even talk about all these media channels, yeah, you have LinkedIn, you have Facebook, and you have whatever you name it, TikTok that I learned from my daughters. Yeah. Again, most importantly, leadership must be there to support this journey. Yeah. If without leadership, it would be very, very difficult. Yeah. You know why? Very simple. If you look at the next slide, the iceberg illustration. What you see today, yes, we have 100% sales results that in most of our launches recently. Yeah, that is in this kind of circumstances under MCO lagi. So I think that is a feat. Yeah, that is due to a lot of hard work, which is actually under the water. Yeah, what people don't see. So that is the reason why I share with Alex in a very brief manner that I told Corinne, I really want to share with my peers and those people out there that digitalization, LinkedIn, Facebook are just a tool, a super powerful tool that we must harness. Moving forward, I am a strong believer that this is going to be a mind disruptive tools for us to revamp, rejuvenate real estate industry in our country, Malaysia, who is actually facing a lot of properties overhang. Yeah. So now let me go through one by one. We are very, very persistent in whatever that we have decided to do, yeah, with the board mandate. Yes, we justify very hard, thoroughly, a few times about what we intend to do with digitalization. Yeah, and our board pernah sekali asked me about, Ethan, are you sure you can sell $1 million properties on Facebook? With the support of my team and members and data that we have collected over a period of 3 months, from March and 3 months onward, yes, our answer to our board of directors, a strong yes. Yeah. Why? We are prepared to fail with the budgeted cost. We are prepared to sacrifice our team's effort, our team's personal time, our team's extra miles. And most importantly, I think one of the speaker have actually mentioned this in this graph that he drawn, which is you have a very exaggerated expectation before you dive. So that is where disappointment comes. I do not mind to share with my peers when they ask me, Ethan, what was your result when you first started digital marketing? I told him, 0 sale. 0 sale. Okay? By third month, we recorded 16 sales in the first week. And that is mind-boggling. Why? And these 16 sales came from Facebook. That is the one single reason why today's sharing is so ever important. Why? I think personally as an industry practitioner, yeah, I'm not as good as what Myra mentioned earlier, yeah, but I'm humble enough to convince so many good board of directors members. They are so good. They are in the industry for so many years, so long. They can actually assist us, the top management of Boustead Properties, in so many perspectives and aspects of business. Perfected this whole journey. So that's why I mentioned leadership is very important. Yeah. Now, to prepare the theme, TEAM, and ourselves, including our stakeholders, which are our board members, and of course our ultimate shareholders, Lembaga Angkatan Tentera Malaysia, LTAT, the disappointment must be allowed. Why? Because this was an experiment to begin with. None of us have any clue or whatsoever direction that we have at that point of time. Yeah. But the passion and the soul was there to help our country to unlock the inventories that we have that is plugging down the group. Yeah. Can you imagine we have more than $500 million ringgit inventories at that point of time? But we managed to sell most of them towards the end of 2020 and early first quarter of 21. So all these 78% of the sales came from Facebook. I'm not related to Zuckerberg, but with due respect, this is a powerful tool that will disrupt our business moving forward. Yeah. And with the dedication, hard work, and good habitual incremental willingness of my team, of our people in Boustead Properties, yeah, we managed to exercise empathy and understanding where they came from. They have been doing manual, traditional media communication. So bila I tanya, do you know Facebook? Yeah. I am in Facebook, but selling properties? No. I used to do brochures. I print brochures, thick brochures, very nice brochures that my purchasers love taking home, but never buy. Facebook, different. It's about emotion. When you talk about emotion, it's very, very personal. And when that comes in, you build credibility, you build trust. And that is super important in property development. Whenever you are marketing your commercial space, retail, or even your properties that you intend to sell, trust, credibility, and track record comes in. And how Facebook and linking manage to bridge that gap between Boustead Properties and the purchasers out there is really mind-boggling. And I think people don't see all this. That's why it's so ever important that today we hope through the Star Media Group, which is a very, very good initiative. I hope it will be continued and more industry peers will come in and support the Star Media Group to share what are the lessons learned so that the industry together as one, real estate industry as one, can propel and dispose of all our unsold stock. If you look at the NAPIC book, the unsold stock is really, really scary. Yeah. Although Boustead Properties do not have that headache, but our industry are having this headache. So one of the most important disruptive tools that we can use to propel us out of this would be going digital. Yeah, going digital, harnessing the correct technology for us to be on top of the iceberg. Now, enough said. Again, why I emphasize on talent. Yeah, I won't go into those 10 types of omni-channels, metaverse, you name it, you have it, TikTok or whatsoever. But I will try to share with you today the importance of talent. It's just like having a Ferrari, but you do not know how to maximize the Ferrari. The Ferrari remains 4 wheels on the ground. The driver counts. The way you exercise empathy, how you share with your team, how you mobilize, how you include and being very inclusive in sharing, but you got to be firm. Yeah, you got to be firm. You got to be firm and you got to share. Learn together, accept failure, accept disappointment. God willing, you'll be there. And this actually happened to us at Boustead Properties. And with a very humble note, disappointment and failure is the way forward in embracing digital transformation. And why we are doing this? Because our group, Boustead Group, has actually embarked on reinventing Boustead. We have Boustead Technologies, we have Boustead Digital. So these are the two core divisions that are being set up to support all our sprawling businesses. And properties is just one of them. And results shown. Yeah. So very simple, put it layman term. Try your best. Don't be overwhelmed by all these 10 types of whatever you name it, or 4IR or whatsoever. Come down to the ground, embrace it. Yeah. Embrace it together with your team. Harness the talent that you have, having known the fact that most of us are actually rank and file. We have gone through the industry over the years, traditionally, and digitalization happens recently. When? During MCO 1.0. If not because of the pandemic or even COVID-19, I don't think we will be as successful as now. We will still have the stock in our books, and my CFO will continuously tell me about cash flow. So now, having said those, I am a strong advocate of digitalization, and digitalization, MarCom Tech is the way forward. The right technology will propel the strategic marketing initiative towards communicating our products, our values, why we carry such, and our passion towards our business, towards achieving the goals. Don't look at the goals of selling your properties first. Always look at how you will feel. Okay? My next slide. This is what I learned from the branding journal. Yeah. I have said many times, when you try to derive a strategy and to come up with the action plans, that is on your far left. And okay, and those things I have actually mentioned. Yeah. Very briefly, recap. You need to develop and implement fit for purpose. Yeah, fit for purpose strategies. And when you put those strategies into action plans, you got to mobilize what? You got to mobilize your team, the people who are actually crunching it. Yeah, you have to be together with them. And I tell you, this is ever so powerful. Yeah, and the communication strategies that you adopt, and don't look at change management strategies as change management. Change management is all about influencing the behavior of your teammates, of your footballers, of your team members within the group, having various role and responsibilities to deliver their respective KPIs. Yeah. So focus on accelerating the change of their behaviors through effective communication and engagement with all levels within the organization, not just the board of directors. You have to go down to the ground, including visualizers. Yeah. And hopefully towards the end, you would be able to influence how people feel about your brand. Yeah. Because your center core is still your brand image. And that's the most important core of why you are doing this target communication. And it's all about what matters most to your purchasers. And these are external, behavioral, and perceived values of such purchasers. Yeah, they are not day one in property development or property buyers. They have been buying properties over the years. And what decide and what influence their decision makings, yeah, It has to be something that is tangible, and that it has to be something which is intangible. To build up the confidence level of these people, we really need to have a walkthrough experience. And that in lingo, in technical lingo, is actually CX, which is customer experience. So ever important. And when you do this two and you combine them together, you would achieve what you want to achieve, which is competitive advantage. Yeah. The CA comes in only when you address the fundamental importance of what you intend to do with your rollout. Yeah. It doesn't come just like that. There are a lot under the water that you need to do together with your team to achieve it. Now, when you have that CA with you, you would be able to command your price point, which is actually through your reputation. You don't see a lot of hard sell. Yeah, most of our properties sell by itself. So you can see that. That reflects the management competency in coming out with the best design for our product. And of course, through the implementation and help of technology and digitalization transformation, we manage to effectively communicate with our stakeholders, yeah, from the top all the way to our end users. I will skip this. So if you look at the last red sketch that I put it there, you must work hard, work hard to influence, to bring the soul of your product, to influence and affect the customer's perception, towards you over time. It doesn't happen overnight, all right? Some key takeaways. Now, I shared with you how we manage our stakeholders from the top all the way to our purchasers. Yeah. It's not really just about the offering that we have. It is not just about the pricing that we stand for. It is all about stakeholders management. Yeah. And the secondly is actually our brand equity market share. When you address those things on the bottom of the below water level, you would be able to achieve this. And through digital transformation, we manage internal and external communication that we have actually touched on earlier. And when that happens, productivity increase, staff morale increase. Yeah, staff morale increase. And when that happens, wow, I can tell you these are the numbers, these are the things that come automatically. Yeah. And towards the end, we touch about media intelligence and data analytics. We rely a lot on data, in whatever we decide to do before we go full force to it. Yeah. And this market intelligence and data analytics is indeed a super learning tool on how stakeholders perceive us as a brand, our products and services we offer. When I mention services we offer means facility management, our malls, and our offices. Okay, next, data analytics. Okay, you must realize that data has actually evolved from a set of Excel sheets to what you see today. Okay, it's a form of marketing tool which actually enhances data-driven decision-making process. I use that a lot, if not trying to be too engineered in our decision making, but take a calculated risk with the data analytics that we have today. Yeah. And when that happens, you will have a focused intelligence. You will launch products that can sell in 3 days. You will be able to dispose of inventories with the correct pricing, with the type of products that is actually customized to that particular market segment. Yeah. That ultimately increases productivity, reduces costs, and improve target reach. That is so important. Yeah. So that's all about big data and whatever you name it. in digitalization and in digital transformation. I will end this with this is actually from my colleague Akila. I will read this out. Yeah, change will not come if we wait for some other person or some other time. We are the ones that we have been waiting for. We are the change that we seek, and it's from Obama. Thank you very much for your time, and I appreciate the Star Media Group for allowing us to actually present this journey together with the team here. Thank you so much. Hand back over to you, Myra. Other question?
Hi guys, and thank you so much, Ethan, for the presentation. I think I really liked what you said about the soul, finding the soul, going back to the ground. And I think a lot of our audience members also liked what you shared, because we do have time for one more question before we move on to the rest of the event. And we've got the lucky question comes from Lau Ho. And the question is, how do we identify a digital person to undertake the whole digital marketing process? So I guess this goes back to what you said about talent and Ferraris. What do you think? How do you identify that talent?
Thank you, Lau Ho. I think from my experience is that there is no hard or fast rule about identifying a talent. To me, it's goes back to the basic, which is aptitude and attitude. Yeah, skills can be learned, can be acquired, but from my experience is that when we hired someone from very reputable places, but it turned out to be something else. Yeah, but if that person, yeah, that individual is very good in his or her aptitude and attitude, you will be astounded. You will be surprised that what she or he can do for you or for the organization in digital world. Yeah, because this is so fluid. Yeah, one of the most important thing about digitalization is that it is scalable, and you don't need a user manual to pick up WhatsApp, for example. That's how fast and how evolving and fluid digitalization is. I hope that answer your question, Lau Ho.
All right, thank you so much. I like what you said about that as well, because I think attitude is something that is more integral or closer to, I guess, what you would consider the DNA or the soul of a particular individual and how they navigate that space. So I think that's a really good tip for those of us at home. And also, we are almost, unfortunately, Ethan, we are almost up with our time, so we have to go with the rest of the event. But thank you so much for your sharing session. And for those of you at home, I'll be back to introduce our next speaker, or in this case, I guess the panel discussion. All right, so see you soon.
Last question. Yeah.
Hi, yes, I think I can hear you guys. I don't know who's talking right now.
Testing.
Yes, I can hear.
Yeah. So the production team is in right now, so you can inside the production.
So, can I just check? Will I be able to see it?
Yes, you will. You will. Our production team will show you the outputs here. Guys, please show I follow the output, yeah, so that you can see the samples. Let's turn this around a little bit. I can increase the quality a little bit, yeah. It's better.
Hi everyone, we're back. So sorry for the slight delay. We had a little bit of a technical issue, but we've sorted it out so that we can make sure that everybody has the best experience possible. So before we continue, I just wanted to say again, thank you to Eason for that sharing session. And before we wrap everything up, we have a power panel coming up next. So I want to ask everybody watching today a few questions. First, how do we measure brand success? Second, what parameters should we use? And what is deemed as the right marketing channels? All billion-dollar questions, which we'll find out soon. Let's wrap up the 2-day virtual conference with our final panel discussion on success measurement of branding and marketing. This panel discussion will be moderated by Li Ping Chua, Director of Marketing Communication for Asia Pacific from Frost & Sullivan. She has more than 15 years of experience in marketing and sales, specializing in strategic planning, project management, and business analytics in marketing communication, digital marketing, CX, and sales. She has remarkably established and developed a 360-degree marketing from foundation to a well-oiled machine for team and her department. Our first guest of this panel is Shirley Lau, who has a prolific career spanning more than 25 years. Her experience in branding encompasses both B2C and B2B businesses, where she has driven the marketing, branding, and communication strategies, business intelligence, and commercial sales. As Golden Screen Cinema's Chief Marketing Officer, Shirley is breaking new ground for Malaysia's leading cinema exhibitor as she aims to push its boundaries beyond movies into crafting an enriching cinema experience complete with merchandising, F&B, events, and more. Our second guest is the recently appointed Vice President of Malaysian Digital Association for the 2022 to 2024 term. He is also currently the country manager of Nafnang Malaysia, Asia's leading influencer and content marketing company. Kausen Hugh has more than 20 years of sales, digital marketing experience, and also hands-on expertise in leading and managing people across different levels within such organization types as startups, nonprofits, and media advertising agencies. Our third guest of this panel is dialing in live from Singapore. Haikal Fahim is the head of Southeast Asia at Telom Media, where he oversees teams based in Singapore, Malaysia, Indonesia, Philippines, and Thailand. Haikal has been with Telom for over 8 years, building out operations in various markets and building relations with media and communication professionals. Prior to this, he has worked in communication teams in agencies and in an in-house setting. We are also very honored to have Telom Media on board as our Tech Trooper sponsor. This is definitely a great panel discussion that you don't want to miss. So if you have any questions from the panel, please post it in the chat box or in the comment section, and our panelists will address it at the end of the session if we have time. All right, let us get to our panelists and make sure that they're ready, and we'll be right back. Bye.
Hi, good afternoon. Session for the day for our panel session. To kickstart our session, maybe we can start with a self-introduction by all of our panelists, as well as sharing with us the perspective of the future of MarCom in their organization. Perhaps you can start with Haikal.
Hi, of course. Hi, my name is Haikal, Haikal Fahim. I'm based in Singapore. Would love to actually join you guys in Malaysia, but unfortunately I'm stuck in Singapore right now. I am the region head for Southeast Asia at Telemedia. We sit in between the realm of communications and the media. We support both industries hand in hand. So yeah, do I continue to answer the question or?
Yes, you can continue with the question as well.
Sorry, what was the question again?
Share with us your perspective of the future of MarCom in your organization.
Well, because we obviously sit in between the realms of communications and the media, we think that there is much to do still in Southeast Asia, at least for myself within Southeast Asia, and see how to help the industry actually prosper. There's lots of opportunities still left to be explored between media and marketing professionals and communications professionals together to explore channels that has not been explored yet, to see the maturity of certain channels and content streams that's not been fully capitalized on just as yet. We've also done a survey earlier this year, which I think I will, at later parts of today's session, I can share some of the findings as well. But clearly, there's much to be explored in the media and comms industry.
Okay, thank you for that, Haikal. We will move on to Shirley.
Hi, my name is Shirley. I'm from Golden Screen Cinema. Obviously, I think MarCom is something that's very important for us. We're really in a unique position now where we're both a brand and a media owner. So I think ultimately, at the end of the day, if we look at our consumers and people who watch movies, yeah, pretty much 70% would be in the category of 18 to 35 years old. And if you basically look at how they're consuming media, looking at how the changes of how today when they talk about wanting to get news, wanting to get entertainment news, whatever it is, it's always on digital media. So I think one of the most important things that we also see through the pandemic and now post-pandemic is the behavior and the consumption of media has changed drastically. Yeah, it's moved very, very much onto even more digital. But having said that, I think there's always a balance between what we do out of home, yeah, away from digital media, as well as the platforms themselves. So it's something that I think as we move along, we will see further changes. But human nature is such that I think all of us are social animals. Yeah, so for us, we're really in a very interesting era. Something that I think in the next couple of years we will see exciting stuff happening.
Thank you, Shirley. Carlson, can you share your introduction as well as your insights as well?
First of all, thanks, Shirley. Just let you know that almost every week I will make a beeline to cinema.
Thank you.
Like a religion. So it is indeed. I enjoy the whole communal thing. Anyway, my name is Carlson. Today I wear two hats. I wear the hat of VP for MDA, Malaysian Digital Association. What MDA does is that it represents the voice of digital publishers, agencies in Malaysia. I also wear the hat of the country manager for NAFNAC Malaysia, the whole area of influencer marketing. I'm just going to talk a little bit more on the influencer marketing side, because on the MDA side of things is a bit general. So with regards to influencer marketing, to know about what the future is, let's look a little bit on the past and the present and the future, right? So the past itself, I think way back even in the 18th century, influencer marketing has already started. I think one of the earliest recorded incident or example would be this particular queen by the name of Queen Charlotte back in Britain. What happens is that actually appointed this guy by the name of I can't remember his name, but anyway, he did potters. Pottery. He's a pottery. And she actually kind of like endorsed this pottery, so it became really, really famous. So it's called Queen's Wear. So that was like way back in the 18th century. So kind of fast forward to a couple of years back ago, that was where celebrity endorsement happens. So remember the Michael Jordans of the world and so on. And then came digital, internet, and everything become democratized. This is where social media influencers start to appear a lot. So today is a lot about social media influencers. So where the future is would be actually really much more micros and nano influencers. We call them KOCs, key opinion consumers, right? And it will come in terms of communities. So what I mean by that is that you probably would know things like NFTs and so on. The success of NFTs is very much dependent on the community. So that would be the future of where influencers would be.
Thanks for that, Carlson. That's quite insightful, to the new future of MarCom. So how has COVID-19 affected your marketing strategy and vision in your industry? Perhaps we can start off with Shirley.
We had a terrible time. Yeah, we really had an awful time. I think in the last 2 years, we were open only for, I think, less than a year. So during that period, we really had to pivot, because before that, our business model was very much on exhibition. It was very much about movies. So during the MCO, the first MCO, the second MCO, the third MCO, we focused very much on planning, strategizing, and pivoting businesses. We looked at creating new revenue streams. So if I were to give an example, over the period of the last 2 years, we started F&B. So we started a brand called Happy Food Co. So we now have the first cafe in South Key JB. We also started from there packaged goods. So we have a premium category of food. So I'm marketing here a little bit. For those of you who go to GSC, do look out for our Happy Food Co. Popcorn. So we have 2 types of popcorn. This is terrible. We have 2 types of popcorn. We have the gourmet caramel as well as the sour cream, which we just launched yesterday. And we have 2 variety of salmon skin. So things like that were stuff that we would not have tried even before that, because typically you will not have time. Most of the time we will be chasing movie titles and doing, doing promotions. So F&B was one. The second thing was merchandise. So we started our merchandise platform, our online merchandise platform, very, very quickly. In fact, within 3 weeks, we basically took a white label platform and we branded it. Mainly, if you remember as well, we had Hello Cannot, and that actually came out because a lot of people were asking us about whether they could come to cinemas with their girlfriend, boyfriend, sat together with their parents or whatever. And I think our GSC admin, who I cannot reveal his or her name today, okay, in case there's a question later on, got a bit irritated and went, hello, cannot. And from there, we thought, why not we do a series of merchandise, because his brand was also pretty strong and it sold really well. Okay, it took off dramatically. So that started our online platform for merchandise. So that was our second revenue line that we started. So things like that, and situations like that would not have happened without the MCO. So in a way, it was also a little bit of a silver lining, because it allowed us time to plan and to look at how we can, number one, be more sustainable in future, as well as how do we survive the pandemic. Those were very dark days for us, but I'm glad to say that we actually emerged stronger, Yeah, and I think in the midst of all that, we also bought MBO. Yeah, some of the key locations were MBO. So there were many things we were doing. A lot of people were inquiring during the pandemic, do you all have work? Actually, yes, we work really hard and we probably work harder than ever. But I'm glad that's over. Cinemas are open. Jurassic opened yesterday. Here I am again marketing.
Yes.
Okay, and we will be having Minions as well as a lot of other movies coming forward. So please do come to the cinemas.
Thanks for that, Shirley. I think that's really interesting, to
go on for 2 days.
yeah, to is an eye opener to understand as well. Yeah, I am thinking the same thing as well. What is GSC doing during this pandemic? So that is a good insight to me as well. What about for Kausern?
Well, we are a little bit different from GSC. During the pandemic, our business did really well because from an influencer marketing perspective, I think there wasn't anything else to advertise. Everything else was kind of closed. You can't do outdoor and so on. So what happened was that a lot of it was moved into digital space. And besides, of course, buying into Facebook and Google and so on, I think the next best thing to buy is actually to buy into influencers, which because they come with creative and so on, right? So the last couple of years, the last 2 years, actually we did really, really well. But coming out of pandemic is quite interesting. We realized that actually our business is being challenged a little bit. Why? Number one, I think a lot of budgets is now kind of like spent elsewhere, distributed elsewhere. And then I think during the pandemic as well, there are a lot more companies like Martech appeared as well, trying to get into influencer marketing space. Because of that, then it kind of like also triggered a lot of supply as well. When I say supply, means a lot more influencers started to be more influencers, right? So there's currently right now where we are, it's actually an oversupply of influencers. Well, I think the good thing is that I don't say the good thing, but actually right now where we are in terms of influencer space is a little bit like Wild Wild West, because there is how should I say, pricing is not kind of determined, right? Every influencer kind of quote their own price. Then there's also poor work ethic as well from some influencers. I was just sharing with them before this that some influencers decide to appear in this particular event, but decided not to appear halfway through. So a lot of these problems start to appear. So I'm not going to put on my MBA hat right now. So what we're going to do this year actually is we're going to put in place guidelines and benchmark for influencer marketing, where we're going to kind of like determine price range, determine guidelines, determine authenticity, and so on. So there's a project which we're going to do an MBA this year, so that brands can feel safer to actually advertise in the whole area of influencer marketing.
All right, thank you for that. Haikal, over to you.
Yeah, I mean, for us, because reporting was just not the same, right, for journalists during the pandemic. At the thick of the pandemic, press conferences were no longer held, events were cancelled, and lots of these had to go online. And these were just not the same, didn't give the same effect to journalists and the same experience for them to report as previously. And it becomes a challenge as well for companies, brands, and their communications teams to promote and their messaging, their products, their services via online means, especially in companies where their products and services are a lot more tangible. And you got to see it to experience it, or you got to feel it, you got to put it on your face, in your skin. Places you have to travel to, for example. So obviously lots of them suffered quite a lot. And what we did was to allow for them to make sure that all of these or rather their online efforts are able to be seen as much as possible by giving them exposure to the myriad of media that's actually out there for them to actually tap on, to make sure that their voices are heard even in small capacities in various media. So not just the big media and the traditional media that they usually would have gone to. And for us at Telemedia as well, networking was actually a big part of our strategy. So not being able to go out to network and getting the word out on what we do really had an effect on our business and our approach in general. But what it actually helped us to do was that it accelerated some of the things we had in the pipeline to do, and it made sure that we moved forward digital wise a lot quicker than what we initially planned to. I'll give you an example. One of the things that we I've always planned to do was to do online events, and with the pandemic, we were almost forced into doing online events, and we went into it actually quite early on in the pandemic. So we started to do webinars, which gained in popularity because we started quite early. We captured the audience attention, and they kept on coming back. And now, places like in Singapore, Malaysia, etc., we are able to actually conduct events, but still the online events have proved to be quite popular and has become a mainstay in our valued offerings to our clients and our stakeholders. So yeah, it did help to a certain extent, but we did suffer as well.
Okay, thank you for that. I think the theme around here is that we can what I gather from each one is that there is a silver lining to what has happened during pandemic. A lot of the things that we wanted to do previously, but we didn't have the time to do it, and we get to do it now, during the pandemic. So it's good to see that. It's good to see the positivity coming out of this. So I'm pretty sure that with all of this, the customer segment has also changed, has also expanded. So how has it expanded for your particular industry? So perhaps we can start off with Kausen this round.
Well, how has it changed? I think at the end of the day, again, from influencer perspective, we deal a lot with advertisers, right? So from advertisers perspective, I think there's way more demand in terms of, I would say demand, actually more of demanding, right? More of demanding, making sure that everything is tracked, making sure that the ROI is there, and so on. So I think that changed a lot because, like I said, there's actually an oversupply of influencers. So there's actually a demand to make sure that every dollar spent meets the KPIs. That's currently the pressure that we're facing.
Okay. And for Shirley?
Now, from our perspective, we don't see a change in audience. Yeah, it's still around. Well, it is still 18 to 35. Now, however, I would say that the way they spend, the expectations would be slightly different. In a way that, number one of the other brands that we have would be Aurum, which is the luxury cinema. Now, we opened that cinema just before COVID hit us, so it didn't have a chance. We sort of worked for 3 months, and then we went to the COVID situation. Now, when we opened up, what we did see, however, was a willingness to spend. It was as if all this pent up energy and pent up demand. Right, the moment you opened the doors, everyone came back. There was a lot of fear initially that people are not coming back to the cinema. People are scared. Maybe they won't come back ever, because during that time as well, you see people going on Netflix, you go people streaming. But we found that to be otherwise true. Yeah, the moment we opened our doors, people came back. The expectation obviously slightly differs. So those who are going to Aurum, would expect higher surveys, and they don't mind paying. And you actually get very young consumers or cinema goers going to premium cinemas, which we didn't sort of realize that this could be a potential. But that built up over the last couple of months, and we continue to do good business there. Now, in terms of GSC, we still find that titles is the main reason they come back. So when you have a strong title, for example, we opened end of last year with Spider-Man. It was amazing. I think there's no other word to describe it. It was amazing. And then we followed up with a couple of other big titles. So people do come back. There is very little fear that we see. And the demand is overwhelming. People are spending, people are happy. So we don't actually see a difference in terms of the type of consumers that come. We see more of them coming. So that's very, very good news for us.
That's interesting. Thank you for that. Heiko, any insights from your side?
Yeah, just very, very quickly. I mean, just like Shirley, we didn't see a change in the segmentation. You know, so the segmentation of the audience remained the same because we serve very, very specific group of stakeholders and audience. But what we did see that the reason why people were coming to us instead of us going to them during the pandemic was the fact that they wanted to reach out to more media. So like I said earlier, it's an opportunity for them to reach out to different types of media and making sure that even if 100 people are reading that piece of content, they want it to be there. So to help get them there, they need to speak to the right media and the right people in the right media. So it's about getting word out quickly and word out, widely. And then because of that, we saw that there are more people who are willing to actually do PR during COVID rather than before. Which was really, really interesting because PR is always seen as something that you put on the back burner, and something that is an afterthought, or if you can do it, great. But in the thick of pandemic, that's become one of the priorities for a lot of companies to make sure that people know that they're still there because everyone's at home. So how do they get their word out? They need to make sure that they do a little bit of PR, they get onto the digital channels, they get online, and they're doing something. So that helped out a little bit.
All right, thank you. Thank you for all that, all the valuable insights. So, I mean, with all these changes, we need, as a marketers, we always need to be, adaptable. And with that, it means that, we also have to ensure that our stakeholders are on board with us, across the whole organization. They're on board with us in terms of what we are trying to do, especially during the past 2 years, during the trying times. So how is it that you have, what is it that you have done in order to get, your stakeholders from across the organizations to be on board with you with what you want to do, with what activities and areas that you want to work on? Maybe we can start off with Shirley.
We were very lucky. We are very lucky in a sense, where this transformation for GSC actually started before the pandemic, and we are also an organization where we believe in investing. I think typically for many organizations, the moment there's a crisis or something happens, they always cut the marketing fund. They always cut how much you spend, because I think very often branding and marketing is seen as a cost. Instead of a revenue stream. I think in GSC, however, we see it slightly differently. Because the entire way the organization is driven is via innovation. Okay, there's obviously innovation and service for us. So I think innovating and thinking long term rather than, what are we going to do today, actually helped us a lot. Also, we took the view that the pandemic will end. It didn't seem like that at that time. But we were bent on the belief that it will end one day. And when it ends, it's the strongest that will, be the first to grab the market share. So I think based on that belief, the entire organization basically then came together. We had a lot of meetings, we had a lot of brainstorming. And it wasn't easy, because we had the operations staff, and then it's a huge organization. But I think what was really important was everyone was on the same wavelength. And we realized that we had to change. For us, it was very simple. We either change or we die. Because our model was very much based on movies. So I think there was no other choice. And I think when you don't have another choice, you move very fast. You move very efficiently, and you move together. And I think that really worked for us.
Thank you. Kausar?
Well, I think if there's anything for us, during the pandemic, we always say that it's actually the best time to advertise, because a lot of times clients decided to cut back, like you say, right? To cut back and to kind of put it in the back. But actually, that is where you need to advertise the most, because when the markets are open, just like we had the same kind of outlook as well, the markets will open, right? And whoever who advertises more, people will do remember you more. So that is where kind of like the position that we took.
Okay, but in terms of how how do you ensure like all your stakeholders, buying into whatever that you're trying to do, and what always, usually when we talk about stakeholders, we usually have to show them in terms of like, numbers, So just earlier on, I catch something that you mentioned on that, people tend to look at what would be the KPI for it. So what do you use in order, to kind of like convince them to say that this is a good way to go, or this is something that we should try, whether we, we make it or we fail, but at least this is something good that we should, do.
Okay. Well, I think let's look at it. Before the pandemic happens, a lot of times influencer marketing is looked at as a very top funnel thing, like a branding thing, right? So a lot of times, some clients will come to us and say, hey, I want to put influencer marketing, but I want to have X number of sales. And we should say that is not really an effective way to use influencers because very much branding. But one thing we realized that during the pandemic, you realize that a lot of them actually get online to sell things, the live selling thing, which is quite interesting because almost immediately you can kind of like address everything from the top of the funnel all the way up to conversion. So that was quite interesting. So I think at the time, we as a company, what we did was we quickly wanted to create a tech piece to help to help the host and to help the influencers actually sell better. So what it is that if you can see during the pandemic time, you can see a lot of them selling groceries, fish, and so on, right?
Yep.
As you see quite kelam kabut lah. I mean, you see some of them actually like really like like, oh no, the right stuff and put up there everywhere and so on, right? And there lies an opportunity, that we realized that when we start speaking to them, they after that there's a lot more work to do. There's actually have to do a lot of capturing. There's some over order. They don't know how much stock and so on. So we created a piece of tech where at the back end wise itself, you can kind of key in all this ordering stuff before you even get on live. So once you go live, whoever who orders, what you're going to do is just kind of click +1 or +2 on the item. Everything is captured in that system itself, right? So then the person who's selling it just takes an hour just to kind of like make sure everything's out there and then just press send to deliver the product. So it actually saves the seller a lot more time. So I think this is one of the areas where we realized that again tech did help a lot. And now kind of post-pandemic, we realized that actually the argument of influencer marketing just addressing the top funnel is not true. Actually, you can actually address all the way down to the bottom funnel in terms of live selling as well.
Yeah, that's true. It opens up like opportunities. Yeah, absolutely. Haikal, any insights from your side?
Yeah, I just wanted to just add, in terms of internal stakeholders as well, there's a challenge for teams and marketing teams and communications teams to actually sell on their approach to your internal stakeholders, to your C-suites, to your management, right? So sometimes I would just say, it's always easier to ask for forgiveness than it is for permission, right?
That's what we do, huh?
But to just go for it, honestly, especially in terms of if you truly believe in it, and if you're able to produce great results in the first instance you do it, the chances are it will keep on happening, and you might get a bit more money to actually do it later on as well. So I would say just go for it and to just produce the results if you're really confident about it. And if you know your audience, if you know what you're doing and you know what you're trying to achieve, more often than not, you'll get there.
All right. Thank you. Thank you for that. Okay, last but not least, but I think this is like the most important question, is that with all the changes that we have, at least for the past 2 years, how has that affected the investment in marketing? I think Shirley has, addressed that a little bit just now, but, it'll be good to hear it from the rest as well, But yes, Shirley, if you can, go on, if you want to add into whatever that you have mentioned earlier on.
I think consumer insight is very important. Yeah. When I first started in branding and marketing, we used to say that, you can't measure branding because it's for the long term. But I think somehow as well, that has changed, because if you look at how we buy media today and how we use media today, like Carlson just said just now, right? If you go online, conversion is something that can be measured quite directly. And that's what we do as well, yeah, in GSC. I think in terms of getting the investment, the question that needs to be answered at the end of the day is, what is it for and what value does it give the organization? I think branding for branding's sake, you will probably never get a yes from the management, yeah, or from your stakeholders saying that, why should I be spending this money? Because post-pandemic, you will see that most organizations will be cutting back. Yeah, there's a lot of price increases at the moment. You need to adjust your pricing. You need to look at supply. So obviously, the nice to have will be first to go. And again, like I said, for a lot of companies, branding or marketing would be nice to have. But if we can actually prove to show that, with every cent that I'm investing, this is what I'm getting back for the organization. For us, it's very simple. Yeah, it's footfall. Yeah, it is sales per head. It is basically strike rate. So we measure things like that. So every time there is an investment request that goes across, yeah, or a new initiative that we want to put in place, I think it is very, very important to look at number one, an omni-channel approach, and number two, an ROI. I think as marketeers, typically we may not like those questions.
Yes.
But unfortunately, at this day and age, right, you can't really escape it. There must be some return, yeah, for every cent that you're investing. So yeah, we're still investing. We're investing more and more, but yeah.
Yeah, absolutely agree with you on the ROI part of it. Because yes, as marketeers, usually you'll shy away to say, the ROI part, how do we measure that and things like that. But that is the most important, in the whole marketing scheme. Carlson?
Yeah, I was just busy taking notes. These are the things that is important to you, so I think I remember. Business, okay. Right. I think definitely in terms of you realize that the investment in advertising and marketing, especially this year, has actually shrunk, right? A little bit. Reason being because, especially from companies like FMCGs and so on, realize that because of the whole supply chain issue, the war, climate change, and all these things, right, kind of like really affected production, right? So as a result, they have to take some money out to kind of produce the same can of Coke or same pack of Maggie mee in this case, right? So a lot of it has to come from somewhere. So what happens is they actually cut out from the marketing budget. And what happens is that as a result, now with the markets being all open, now there's going to be more so-called different type of media publishers and owners wanting that piece of the pie, from outdoor to on ground. So currently, right now, the hottest thing right now is on ground. So everyone wants to have a space somewhere, and in fact, even during the pandemic, e-commerce actually went up. But now, actually, e-commerce has kind of like stabilized a little bit, and dropped a little bit actually. So I think right now, I think it's kind of it is you'll find its way to course correct itself, but at the end of the day, in order for us to justify, like what should we say, in order for us to justify any spends, we need to be able to first of all kind of ask what is really important to the client in this case, right? So in this case, if it's footfall, ROIs, and so on, it's important. Then we need to be able to say, do we have all the necessary tools to be able to address those things? But if we don't have those things, I think we shouldn't be selling those things anyway, right? Because we will do a bad job anyway at it. I think for if I were to be in a CMO position, I think CMO plays a very, very important role these days. Reason being because you're at the epicenter of data, which is extremely important, right? And you have probably the most rich collection of data everywhere compared to the other so-called departments, right? And as a result of that, data informs you a lot of things. Number one, informs you of innovation, right? What can you do? What are, like, for example, you were saying that you realize that a lot of younger folks wanting to go into RM, right? So what else can we do with those things? But those data informs that. So suddenly the marketing position holds a very important role on that. Second, besides that, of course, is agile marketing. So with data, you can quickly turn things around. So I think the CMO these days, the skill sets that is much needed, is way beyond just understanding branding and so on. You need to understand. You need to have digital literacy. You need to have data visualization. You need to learn how to be more collaborative, inclusive, and all other things. So I think it's a very interesting space to be in. Yeah, it's a very interesting space to be in. So that's my point of view. Long-winded, but great question.
Thank you for that. And Haikal, any input from your side as well?
Again, very quickly, because Shirley and Carlson has covered so much. It's so important, and I can't emphasize on ROIs and KPIs, which I would not try to cover again, but it's just so important. But I also wanted to cover in terms of going out and speaking to the media and getting your share of voice in the media. It's so important. It's such a simple thing, but people tend to forget to understand the media you're speaking to, be it for editorial content or paid content. There's so much sponsored content opportunities that's going on in the media right now that can be capitalized and it can be optimized on. It's again quite plain and quite simple, but understanding who's the audience of the media that you're speaking to before you actually put your investment in that is so key to the ROIs that we talk about. Understanding their style, their approach, their voice, and your take and your management's take in their writing. Does it fit with your messaging as well? Because if you want to speak and you want to put investment in these, then you got to make sure that in the first off, it works and it works well. Otherwise, there's a lot of repercussions and lots of recovery work that you have to do. Yes, it can be it can be salvaged at the end of the day, but there's a lot more work that you need to put in. Understanding also the different areas of the media that you can work with, because gone are days where media is just your print advertising and just a 30-second ad, for example. There's so many different areas and so many permutations to it that you can actually work with, and media companies and organizations are always open to now speaking with clients to be able to do that effectively. Again, like I said, both editorially and also in paid terms as well. And last thing you probably can do as well to ensure that when you are working with the media, to not leave it in their hands totally to dictate what they can actually do for you. Be useful to them, work hand in hand. I feel that when we work in media, they serve as an additional layer of hands to be able to help get your word out there. So it's meant to be a team and collaborative effort. So be useful in, for example, the handouts you're giving to them, or this in creation of those stories and content, for example. Or what's the data you can provide, what's the thought leaders you can provide, for example, what's the images and videos and infographics that you can provide. Those are so useful to the media. Depends on how they translate those to content and to messaging to your audience, but they could be crucial in getting the right messaging out for you and for your company.
All right, thank you for that. I think right now we will be open for questions from the audience. Okay, so the first question: with the evolved media landscape, what are the changes in traditional media versus digital media, and how do we measure the success of each of it? I guess in terms of media wise, this question would go to Haikal.
Well, yeah, it's a very interesting question. So in terms of changes between traditional media and versus digital media, I mean, we covered a little bit earlier. There has to be a balance. Yes, we've seen the shift, and in a survey that we did last year, we conduct a survey to people who work in the media industry and trying to understand what are the areas of importance to them being in the media. They've all said that one of the most important skills in 3 to 5 years to come are the digital skills. And to quote also SEO, that went up from 45%, or went up to 45% from 24%. So we look at it right now, what they needed right now versus in 3 to 5 years. There was a big jump to say that digital skills is highly important. So you know that there's definitely a skew towards the media also putting their investments in there to make sure that that's successful for them. The other area that's become a lot more important is, of course, which is Carlson's obviously expertise, is social media. In 3 to 5 years, they've said that 71% of 71% of them said that social media will grow in importance in actually not in 3 to 5 years, in 2022 itself, and that went up from just 40% last year. So it's again a big shift. So the traditional media will always be there. There are people who still consume it. It's just the amount of investment that you would want to put within the different channels has to be put into good thought. Again, in understanding the audience, understanding the efficacy of what you are trying to push out there, the form of content that you are actually trying to push out there obviously makes a big difference as well. So who you're trying to speak to will also be able to help you determine that who you'll be trying to reach out. So it means that who's the media and who you're trying to reach out to. So in terms of measuring success, I don't have the answer for this, unfortunately. I think I think there's just very different ways on how we can measure success these days. It's not always tangible. I do agree with Shirley highlighting the fact that sometimes it is long term, but we do need to show the efficacy of what we do in the short term as well. And sometimes it's just within the metrics that are available to you immediately. How many people read the particular article? How many people actually saw that particular video? How many people listened to that podcast that you put out? So yeah, I do think that that's important shift that you actually need to identify. And my last point is that to not be afraid to do things on your own as well. Media organizations now have established their own channels of marketing to be able to push out their messages directly from their own platforms. So that is probably one of the best ways, or one of the cheapest way for you to put an investment in to begin with, if you have the ability and the resources to.
All right, thank you for that. Shirley, do you have some comments that you want to put through to the question?
Well, for GSC, we mainly spend on digital. Yeah, that for us works the best. And also, I think it's easily measured. Yeah, because we do measure conversion, we do measure results. Now, but what I do say, however, is I agree with Heikel. Yeah, I think there's always a place for traditional media, always a place for traditional media. I don't think that's going to go away. But I think the most important thing is, I think a lot of emphasis, like Heikel said just now, yeah, on digital branding, digital content creator and stuff. But what I find in my experience is, even if that person is very good, yeah, or the content creator is very good, they must understand the business. They must understand what is it that the organization or what their consumers are looking for. Again, I think this goes back to consumer insight. And I think the digital media will only work for you effectively if you really understand who you're communicating to, and what is it that you want, what result is it that you want from there. So it's very easy. And because we are also a media owner, we have a lot of clients who may come to us and say, oh, I'm going to shift things to digital. Yes, okay, and it's always back on, the click, the eyeballs, it's to them, it's a lot more value for money. I don't disagree with that. Now, however, if your content is rubbish, yeah, or it doesn't really say anything, then you're still wasting a lot of money. What is most important is, I think, understanding the problem at hand and what is it that you need to address. Marry that with your consumer insight and come up with a plan that, whether or not it straddles traditional media or digital media, I think that's secondary. I think what's important is you really need to look at crafting a plan that addresses your consumer requirements. Yeah, so that's a slightly different take on that. Yeah, that's a very good point.
Carlson, yourself?
Yeah, I think a lot of points was covered. I just want to pull out certain things.
Yep.
Like at least in the influencer marketing industry, a lot of times, when we talk to clients will say, oh, so who is under enough time? actually these days there is no longer anybody under nothing in terms of the influencers. They are all independent contractors these days, right? They're all freelancers, right? That there lies actually the opportunity, because everybody, including our competitors, have the same access to this pool of influencers as well. But what makes a company different is, I think, what Shirley, as well Heike has said, is really about the marketing strat, a banging marketing strat, right? Which is deep in insights. And so I think we go through this framework called DDD, right? Which is discovery, design, and deliver, right? So discovery is essentially to discover really what the client wants. So I think there's a lot more deeper conversations these days. I think people need to be trained to ask really important, pressing questions. Ask questions like, not like just what's the objective and so on, but really to ask like, what is your real challenge, right? And then from there to kind of like move on to designing an experience for the client. So like in this case, we will probably use influencers. Now that doesn't stop there. I think we realize that a lot of times campaigns which work really well for us is where we actually bring in all parties involved, including the content creator itself. I think Hakia was saying it, to collaborate, to kind of sit down to say, okay, look, what are the superpowers, right? What can you say? You know, what can you do, and so on. And then immediately, it's almost like a half day. You know, lock yourself up in a place and just discuss what we can do about this. Is it a one time off? Is it always on, and so on. So I think that part is a lot of times is missing from what it's currently. It's a lot of just kind of like passing down the assembly line. So at the end of the day, when the actual execution is out itself, it's like, hey, it's not what I really want, right? Because right from the start, we didn't spend time in working out what is really what the client wants and what we can deliver, right? So so then thereafter, in terms of, so number one, discovery; second, in terms of designing the whole experience; and the third one is, like all things, like all campaigns, 90% of success is execution. So the third part is deliver, right? So so it needs to have flawless execution. I think the flawless execution part is where there's a little bit much more. You need more structured. So whether is it traditional, whatever, someone needs to be able to make sure there's proper trafficking, make sure that everyone is speaking to each other. Timing, sequencing, and all these things are very important, because it's no longer just buying full page, full color, right? But it is way more than everything is integrated. Everything is on Omni. So I think whoever is handling these agencies or the marketing itself needs to have a hand of a grip of every single thing down the line. So I think again, and Hake was saying that you have like skills like social media, you need to understand that and so on. In fact, I think a lot of times when speaking to the marketing folks or CMOs and so on, you just say that, you know what, you're right. I think maybe you have to try to be a media yourself, try to be an influencer yourself. Just try it, right? Yeah, I mean, how does that work, right? So I mean, it's know where your audience is, right? And then from there, then kind of know what your audience want in terms of content. Then these days it's actually quite easy to start putting out a thought leadership, right? That what do you really believe in, what do you stand for, and so on. Because at the end of the day, people buy from people. People don't buy product they say, right? So if you have got a perspective, if you have something to say, I think you should put it out on social media and start having some kind of structure and start building your own personal brand. I think that is what I would just say. I mean, it's easier said than done, because it's like, oh, I'm shy, that kind of thing. But I think it's a bit difficult these days. I think you have to be, you have to force yourself to a little bit to put yourself out there if you really want to people to remember you. So that's kind of my POV on that.
Thank you for that, Carlson. I think one key point I picked up as well is that in this new kind of like current situation or environment that we are in, collaboration is definitely one of the keyword that there is so many different. We are not talking about traditional versus digital. It's really like the omni-channel of it. The integration of both sides as well. So collaboration is definitely one of the key for us in marketing. Yeah. Shall we take the second question? Okay. Do we see the trend of digital media playing a bigger role as compared to traditional media? I think we have more or less covered that in all the comments coming from all the three panelists. maybe if any one of you would like to, give one or two, sentence kind of like summary to it.
I would just say yes, but to not see digital as a linear approach, because again, to emphasize, there's so many different avenues and channels that you can actually explore. What works for you or what works for someone else, or what works for someone else may not necessarily work for you. And there's always room for you to just keep on exploring, and to really just make sure that when you do explore, you put some thought into it before. So the planning part is so important.
All right. Thank you for that, Haikal. Shall we move on to the next question? What's the right metrics used to gauge the success of branding? Shirley, would you like to take that on first?
I would say now branding for us and for me specifically, personally as well, is very wide. Yeah, when someone talks about branding, what do they actually mean by that? So my perspective is, okay, if I were to measure the success of branding, and I'll speak specifically on GSC, it would be, for example, my customer satisfaction index. Okay, that would be a number one metric that we look at. Number two would be my market share. Yeah, market share has to be measured. Yeah, when we look at successful branding. Number three, we would also look at revenue. Now, this is not a direct correlation for most organizations and for most brand managers, I would say. Yeah, but again, at some point, we will have to quantify, the need for branding. Again, like what Heiko said just now, I think there's a long-term effect, where you basically do branding to make sure that your brand is always healthy and it's sort of better looking than your next competitor or so. Yeah, because we do have to cut through the clutter. But ultimately, by doing that, you need to measure results. So for us, it's very direct because we're also in an industry where we can easily measure. Yeah. So for some other industries, it could be a little bit difficult, but I think we, as marketeers, we should always strive to be able to quantify or to be able to come out with measurements on, what you consider as success for branding. Just one last thing before I end, right? This is a question that I often ask myself, or I ask the team when we come up with a brand plan. If this is your business, what would you do? Yeah, and I think when you personalize it that way, the answer becomes clear. Yeah, if this is your business, would you do the same? If the answer is no, then your plan probably cannot make it lah.
Okay. Thanks for the insight. Carlson, any input from your side?
Yeah, so I think I'd like to probably put it from an individual perspective. I think to me, branding is very much reputation, right? So it's like, for example, if you want to have an online reputation of so and so, when someone asks, say, like, when you think of Carlson, what do you think of him, right? So it's very much similar to branding, right? So when you think about, for example, GSC, what do you think of it? So there are many ways to actually track all those things, right? So from what you say, from revenue to surveys, all the way to even simple things like comments, engagement, and so on every post that you put out. But of course, you just can't take one post and say it is good. What Heike was saying, it's long term, right? So you need to take a collection of all these things and kind of figure it out. At the end of the day, is it going up, trending up, or is it trending down? So there's also things like, for example, social media listening tools to kind of like comb around the social media and see what people are saying about you as well. So I think at the end of the day, as long as all the stakeholders determine to say, okay, what is a healthy brand and how do we track it? And these are all the measurements that need to be put in place to say that we are up or we are neutral or we never change or we're down. So we kind of put all these things in place, including all that we mentioned just now. Then at the end of the day is to kind of figure out and analyze to say, hey, are we doing good or are we doing bad? Yeah, so that's kind of, it's not like a one-off thing, but it's over time.
Okay. And Haikal, from your side?
Very, very quickly, because there must be a reason why metrics has been a long-standing conversation for many, many years, and it keeps on coming up in every single discussion that we all sit down to speak about. And I think that the answer to that is because there's no one standard universal metric that we can all abide to and say that it works. And I would challenge for people to actually approach it at the very beginning of your campaigns, for MarCom practitioners to just think about what actually success will eventually look like. So if success looks a lot like your eventual output, then great. If it does not, then it's back to the drawing board. So if you are able to determine what success actually looks like at the very, very beginning of your planning stages, then that should be the metric that you should be sticking by.
Okay, thank you.
So just to add on, I think
Sure.
with digital, I think what's good is that you can course correct along the way as well.
True.
Yeah. So some things is difficult to correct. So I think this is where the upside of digital is you can course correct.
That's right. That's right. Okay. Shall we take on one last question before we, wrap up the session? Okay. Any thoughts of data integrity and how to maintain a high level of data integrity for marketing effectiveness? So shall I put this question towards Carlson first?
Yeah, I think I will probably answer it from perspective of influencers follower count. There has always been a problem, right? It says like, oh, is this real or not, that kind of thing, right? So there are actually a few ways to actually track whether is the influencer buying audience or not, right? So first thing first, I think there are third-party tools out there which actually would be able to give you a certain kind of trend to say like how, like in terms of audience wise, how has it been growing? So I think it is our job in this case to make sure we look at it and say, was there a very strange spike at a certain time, and kind of say, how come there's a spike here, right? That is where usually we become a bit suspicious, right?
Okay.
So you look into that. You have to eyeball that actually. On top of that, besides audience, you also have to look into things like the engagement as well. So a person may have, like for example, 1.5 million followers, but in terms of the engagement is extremely low, right? Because I don't know. So then we realize that, hey, again, why is this so? We have to investigate. Is it because again, just buying bots, so that's why hence there's not much engagement. Yeah, so these are things which we have to look at before we even propose a particular influencer to a brand. So that's how we track in terms of data integrity.
Okay. Okay. Is there any check and balance in terms of this data integrity when it comes to influencer, Carlson?
What do you mean by check and balance?
Meaning that, let's say when you see like engagement is low and then but the followers is high, is there anything that in terms of guidelines or anything like that could be done with all this?
Yeah, I think we will stay away from some of them.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean that's kind of the main thing.
Mm.
We stay away from them, or we just kind of like just investigate and just ask to say, hey, you realize there's a spike here. What's going on?
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Shirley, any input from your side?
I think at this point, collection of data is very important to begin with. Yeah. So I think it's rubbish in, rubbish out. So we place a great importance in making sure that the data that we collect are clean. Yeah. And I think this means that you have to do continuous cleansing. You basically have to make sure that your data is up to date. You have to make sure that what people fill in would be true, because you also have people who go in and sort of claim that they're either younger or whatever. Yeah. So this data would not be clean. But I think for us, as you go along and as the person start using the services, you're able to capture the data. Yeah. And then like Carlson said, through time you see a trend. And basically then you understand how they're using, when they're using, what is it that they're using, how they're purchasing, all their behaviors. So I think in terms of the data is dead, yeah. At the end of the day, data is just data. What is important is what you do with the data and how you use it.
Absolutely, yeah.
And I think that for us is extremely important because it allows us to retarget. So I think if you maintain the data actively and making sure that it's always managed, then I think the problem of data integrity, will not arise. However, it does require a lot of effort, and I think it's a job for more than one person, basically a team, because you need to read it and stuff like that too.
Yeah, absolutely agree with you on that. Yeah. Hi, Carl. Any input from your side?
Again, I would not try to repeat what Carlson and Shirley has covered because so important what they've said. But I wanted to point out what media practitioners have actually said in the survey again that we conducted. That they've said that data has become so important to them, and verifying data and also making sure that data is accurate has been important to them for when we actually report to the media about our achievements and our if we don't want to shout about our achievements as well. So that's become of importance to the media clearly as we move forward. Obviously, with the proliferation of fake news and all that, that's become so important. So in how you collect the data and how you use the data eventually, like what Shadi's pointed out, data is just data. How you use it thereafter is what's important. So it's just quite crucial in making sure that you've got accuracy, you've got a good standard of how you're collecting the data before you actually push it out to use it as a tactic or to announce to the world thereafter.
Okay. Thank you for that. I think with that we conclude our session today. I think it has been really interesting and insightful, coming from not only from like a consumer, but also from a digital space as well as the media space as well. So thank you so much to Shirley, Kausen, and also Haikal. I think today's session has been really wonderful. I look forward to see you guys again. Thank you for all. I'm passing it back to Myra.
Thank you.
All right, guys, we hope that you have enjoyed our final power panel of the conference as much as we did. I know personally this was pretty close to my heart, as I'm an ex-journalist and found myself to be an ex-marketeer. and campaign manager as well. And a lot of the things that we were talking about today really brought home a lot of the importance as well as the changes that we have faced in the industry. So I want to thank you again to Li Ping, Shirley, Kausen, and Heikel for such an amazing discussion. It was wonderfully a huge honor to have all of you powering this event. But all right, guys, before we conclude our 2-day live virtual conference, remember, here's how you can be in the running for our special prize draw with promo codes, exclusive consultations, and gadgets, all worth over 26,000 ringgit up for grabs. And all you need to do is, number one, scan the QR code here on the screen or go to bit.ly/marcom-survey4. Number two, let us know your thoughts about this afternoon session. And number three, look out for the winner's announcement via email. And I would like to say a big thank you to all our subject matter gurus, thought leaders, industry experts, and organization leaders across all these different industries who have supported us and powered this 2-day program. You all are true inspirations, and we are definitely humbled by your participation. And once again, I would like to take this opportunity to give a special shout out to our sponsors and partners of the Star Media Group's MarCom Tech Live Virtual Conference, to the exclusive Tech Titan LinkedIn, to our Tech Tutor Ada, to our tech troopers, Coney, Teeds, and Tello Media, to our knowledge partners, Frost & Sullivan, Ipsos, and Kanta, to our supporting partners, Institute of Marketing Malaysia and Malaysian Digital Association, to our mobile messaging partner, SendQuick, to our prize sponsor, VIP, and to our prize sponsor, VIP Pass, and our e-learning partner, eLearning Minds. Thank you all very much for coming on board with Star Media Group to make this program event a reality. And most importantly, a big thank you to our attendees. So Star Media Group's MarCom Tech Conference is a wrap. We hope that you have taken back some points to ponder on how to thrive in marketing communication through tech. I know I have. And here's a little bit of a sneak preview for all of you as well. Star Media Group's Digital X Data 2022 event series will continuously support you in thriving in the road to recovery through tech. From thriving in fintech through technology to thriving in customer experience through technology. And listen in, if you'd like to explore any speaking or partnership opportunities at the next Digital X Data conferences or any other collaboration opportunities, please don't be shy. Please contact us at events@thestar.com.my. As Council said earlier, you have to be your own influencer. Apart from that, please do accept our sincere apology if you have encountered any inconvenience from our conference in this past 2 days. We are continuously updating our processes and our events to give you the best experience possible, and we thank you for your patience. All right, once again, my name is Myra Baiti, and it has been a great pleasure to be your host for this event. Do share with us your feedback as we continue to create greater event programs and to provide you with a better event experience. Plus, while you do that, you can stand a chance to win one of our 3 unique prizes. So thank you, and let's continue to thrive in the road to recovery through tech. Take care and stay safe. Bye.